Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the stillness of the night, when the world sleeps, the static whispers. Here, we unearth the forgotten, the forbidden, and the unsettling. Tonight's stories will crawl beneath your skin and nest in your thoughts. So turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the static guide you. Before we begin, let us know where and when you're listening from. Drop your country or the exact time you're tuning in, because at 3 a.m., you're never really alone.
Story 1. The Witch's Well. The biting wind whipped around them as the teenagers huddled closer, their breath misting in the frigid air. Before them lay the Blackwood Forest, its gnarled trees clawing at the bruised twilight sky, a landscape both beautiful and menacing. Liam, the self-proclaimed leader, adjusted the worn leather-bound journal clutched in his hand, its pages filled with faded ink and unsettling illustrations. "The Witch's Well," he murmured, his voice barely audible above the wind's howl. "They say it grants wishes, but at a terrible price." Sarah, ever the skeptic, scoffed. "Come on, Liam. This is just another old wives' tale." But even her voice held a tremor, a hint of unease that mirrored the unsettling atmosphere of the forest. Mark, usually boisterous, was unusually quiet, his gaze fixed on the darkening path ahead, his eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and morbid curiosity. Only Chloe, ever the intrepid explorer, seemed unaffected by the ominous aura, her excitement barely contained. Liam, however, felt a prickling sensation on his skin, a feeling that went beyond simple apprehension. The forest seemed to press in on them, the shadows lengthening and deepening, twisting into grotesque shapes that played tricks on his eyes. This was no ordinary forest. This was a place steeped in history, in whispers of ancient magic and dark rituals. The locals, he'd learned, avoided the Blackwood Forest like the plague, their tales of unsettling encounters, of strange lights, disembodied whispers, and unsettling presences, fueling the forest's dark reputation. They pushed deeper into the woods, the trees growing denser, their branches intertwined like skeletal fingers reaching out to grasp them. The air grew colder, heavy with a palpable sense of unease. The path, barely discernible, twisted and turned, leading them further into the heart of the forest's oppressive darkness. The deepening twilight seemed to amplify the forest's inherent eeriness, transforming familiar shapes into unsettling phantoms. The journal, Liam discovered, contained a detailed account of the Witch's Well's history, a chronicle of wishes granted and lives irrevocably altered. It spoke of Alara, a woman of immense power and unparalleled beauty, who resided in this very forest centuries ago. She was revered and feared in equal measure, a powerful sorceress who commanded the elements and wielded magic capable of both creation and destruction. Her well, it was said, was a conduit to otherworldly energies, capable of granting any wish, but at a price far steeper than the wisher could imagine. The journal detailed several instances of individuals who had approached the well, their wishes varying wildly: wealth, love, power, revenge. Some had achieved their desires, but at a terrible cost. One sought wealth and found himself cursed with an insatiable greed, his life consumed by an endless pursuit of riches that never brought him happiness. Another desired love, only to be bound to a manipulative spirit that tormented them until the end of their days. Another, seeking revenge, found their wish granted, only to be consumed by a boundless guilt that ultimately destroyed them. Each story painted a grim picture, a cautionary tale of unchecked ambition and the perilous consequences of tampering with forces beyond human comprehension. The tale spoke of the well's location changing, shifting ever so subtly to prevent those seeking its power from discovering it. But the journal hinted at a secret path, a trail marked only by ancient symbols and obscured by natural obstacles. Following these clues, the teenagers navigated their way through the forest, battling the encroaching darkness and the ever-present feeling that they were being watched. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they arrived at a clearing. And there, nestled within a cluster of ancient oak trees, was the Witch's Well. It was a deep, dark chasm, its water still and black as pitch, reflecting the unsettling atmosphere of the forest around it. A strange, ethereal glow emanated from its depths, a haunting luminescence that seemed to pulse with an inner light. The air around the well hummed with a palpable energy, a strange vibration that resonated within their bones. The teens stood in silence, awestruck by the well's unsettling beauty. Liam, despite his earlier apprehension, felt an irresistible pull towards it, an overwhelming urge to approach and touch the cold stone rim. Sarah, still skeptical, recoiled, her unease evident. Mark, his silence broken only by his rapid breathing, seemed fascinated and terrified in equal measure. Only Chloe, emboldened by the thrill of the discovery, moved closer, her curiosity overwhelming her fear. As they stared into the well's depths, the journal fell open to a particularly disturbing illustration, a grotesque figure rising from the black water, its features distorted, its eyes burning with malevolent intensity. The figure was surrounded by swirling, shadowy energies, its form shifting and changing, defying easy description. But beneath its distorted features, the teens recognized the features of Alara, the powerful sorceress of legend. Her face, though contorted by dark energies, still held a faint trace of the beauty that had once captivated her followers. Suddenly, the air grew cold, the temperature dropping sharply. A low moan echoed through the clearing, a chilling sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of the well itself. The ground trembled slightly, a subtle tremor that felt like a warning, a prelude to something far more ominous. The teens realized that this was no ordinary well, that they had stumbled upon a gateway to something far more dangerous, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. They had sought the witch's well's power, but now, the well's power seemed to be seeking them, testing their resolve, assessing their worthiness. The decision, it dawned on them, wasn't whether to wish, but whether to survive. The journey to the well had only just begun. The true horror, they sensed, was yet to come. The ancient magic of Alara, dormant for centuries, stirred, her power, corrupted and twisted, awaiting their fateful wishes. Liam, his heart hammering against his ribs, reached out a trembling hand towards the inky blackness of the witch's well. The cold stone felt slick beneath his fingertips, strangely smooth despite the age suggested by the gnarled oaks surrounding it. The ethereal glow emanating from the depths pulsed with an almost hypnotic rhythm, a siren's call promising unimaginable power. Sarah, however, remained rooted to the spot, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Mark, his usual boisterous demeanor replaced by a grim fascination, leaned closer, peering intently into the abyss. Only Chloe, her adventurous spirit undeterred, stepped forward, a mischievous glint in her eyes. So, Chloe began, her voice a low whisper that barely carried above the unsettling hum of the well. "Let's test this legend, shall we?" Liam hesitated. The journal's grim tales still echoed in his mind, the cautionary warnings of those who had dared to tamper with the well's power. Yet, the allure of the unknown, the potent magic that hummed in the air, was too strong to resist. He glanced at Sarah, her face pale and drawn, her skepticism finally giving way to a palpable fear. Mark, usually quick with a joke, remained silent, his attention captivated by the well's hypnotic glow. "Are you sure about this?" Sarah finally whispered, her voice trembling. "We've come this far," Liam said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. "Let's see what this well truly holds." Chloe, ever the pragmatist, pulled out a small, battered coin from her pocket. "We'll make it simple. 1 wish, 1 coin. Whoever throws it in first gets to make the wish." The coin, worn smooth by time and countless hands, felt strangely cold in Liam's grasp. He looked at it, then at the well, the dark water shimmering like 1,000 obsidian eyes. The idea of making a wish, of harnessing the well's power, felt both exhilarating and terrifying. The stories in the journal, the chilling illustrations, the warnings whispered by the villagers, they all swirled together, a kaleidoscope of fear and fascination. Mark, ever the impulsive one, snatched the coin from Liam's hand. His fingers, usually steady, trembled slightly as he held the coin aloft. He didn't seem to hesitate, his fascination winning over his fear. With a deep breath, he tossed the coin into the well, a glint of copper disappearing into the inky depths. Silence descended, heavy and suffocating. The only sound was the faint whisper of wind rustling through the ancient oaks, the ethereal glow of the well pulsing relentlessly. Then, a low groan echoed from the depths, a sound so profound, so chilling, that it seemed to burrow into their very souls. The ground beneath their feet trembled again, more violently this time, a seismic shudder that sent a ripple of unease through the group. Liam felt a cold dread creep up his spine, an icy hand gripping his heart. This was no ordinary well, this was a nexus of ancient power, a conduit to something far beyond their comprehension. The air crackled with energy, an invisible force that seemed to press down on them, suffocating and oppressive. Mark, his eyes wide with a mixture of horror and awe, spoke first, his voice barely a whisper. "I wished for knowledge. For answers to the mysteries that lie hidden in the past." As soon as the words left his lips, a swirling vortex of shadow and light erupted from the well, engulfing Mark in its eerie embrace. He screamed, a high-pitched, agonizing sound that was swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Sarah cried out, reaching out to him, but the vortex pulsed with an almost repelling force, keeping her at bay. Liam and Chloe could only watch in horrified silence, the power of the well demonstrating its capricious nature. The vortex dissipated as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind only a lingering smell of ozone and a chilling silence. Mark was gone. Vanished without a trace. Only a single, charred oak leaf lay where he had stood, a testament to the well's unpredictable wrath. A wave of terror washed over Liam and Chloe. They had witnessed firsthand the well's terrible power, its ability to grant wishes, but at what unimaginable cost. The journal's cautionary tales were no longer just stories, they were stark, chilling realities. The price of knowledge, it seemed, was far greater than they could have ever imagined. This wasn't a game anymore. It was a battle for survival. The weight of their actions pressed down on them. They had come seeking answers, seeking thrills, seeking to test a legend. Now, they faced the terrible consequences, the stark reality of tampering with forces far beyond their understanding. The forest, once an adventurous playground, had transformed into a menacing labyrinth, its shadows concealing unknown dangers, its ancient trees silent witnesses to a terrible tragedy. The night echoed with the unspoken words, the unresolved questions, the weight of Mark's desperate wish for knowledge, a wish that had cost him his life. Liam and Chloe stared at the well, the inky blackness reflecting their own fear and regret. The journal lay open, the illustrations now more than just drawings, but terrifying prophecies of what could befall them. They had touched the darkness, now, it seemed, the darkness had touched them. The eerie silence of the clearing was broken only by the wind's mournful sigh through the trees. The chilling silence was worse than any scream, a chilling reminder of their friend's sudden, horrific fate. They had underestimated the witch's well's power, its ancient magic, the price of unchecked curiosity. Their journey into the heart of the Blackwood Forest had become a desperate fight for survival, a race against the darkness that had claimed Mark. The air grew colder, the oppressive feeling of being watched intensified. They weren't alone. They could feel it, a presence lurking in the shadows, its eyes fixed on them, waiting for their next move. Elara, the sorceress of legend, was watching, her malevolent gaze boring into their souls. The price of their curiosity, they realized, was a heavy one to pay. And they were not sure they could afford it. Liam, summoning every ounce of courage, clutched the journal closer. He knew that they couldn't leave. They had to find a way to escape, to undo the terrible consequences of their actions. The well was not just a source of power, it was a gateway to another world, a portal to darkness. Their journey into the unknown had only just begun, and they were far from safe. The forest was alive, and it seemed determined to keep them within its dark embrace. The shadows danced in the moonlight, teasing and mocking them, whispering promises of unimaginable power and terrible consequences. They could hear the faintest of whispers, unintelligible words carried on the wind, like whispers from another realm. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches like skeletal fingers, their leaves whispering secrets they couldn't understand. The air grew heavy, thick with a palpable sense of dread, an oppressive weight that bore down on them, threatening to crush them beneath its icy grip. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sounded like a footstep, a presence approaching, drawing ever closer. Liam knew that they couldn't stay, that the forest, the well, Elara, they were all waiting, watching, testing their resilience, measuring their worthiness. They had to find a way out, but the way was obscured, shrouded in darkness, a labyrinth of twisting paths and treacherous obstacles. Their only guide, the worn journal, offered little more than tantalizing hints, cryptic clues that only served to heighten their fear and uncertainty. The night was long, the forest alive with unseen horrors. The witch's well had granted Mark's wish, but at a devastating price. And Liam and Chloe knew that their own wishes, if they dared to make them, would come at an equally terrible cost. They were trapped, not just in the Blackwood Forest, but in a terrifying game of survival against the ancient, vengeful magic of Alara. The game, it seemed, had only just begun. The chilling silence that followed Mark's disappearance was far more terrifying than any scream. The air crackled with an unnerving energy, a palpable sense of wrongness hanging heavy in the air. Chloe, her usually playful demeanor replaced by a stark terror, stumbled back, her eyes wide with a horror that mirrored Liam's own. The once inviting glow of the witch's well now pulsed with a malevolent light, a sinister beacon in the deepening twilight. Liam's mind raced, desperately trying to make sense of what had just transpired. Mark's wish for knowledge, had it been the cause? Had the well interpreted his desire literally, granting him access to forbidden knowledge at the ultimate cost? The journal, their supposed guide, offered no answers, only more questions. Its pages, filled with chilling tales of those who had sought the well's power, now felt like grim premonitions, each illustration a chilling foreshadowing of their own fate. The forest seemed to shift and breathe around them, the ancient trees twisting and groaning like skeletal figures. The wind, once a gentle whisper, now howled through the branches, carrying with it a chilling undercurrent of unseen things. The darkness, once merely the absence of light, now felt alive, a sentient entity pressing in on them, suffocating them with its oppressive weight. A low growl, guttural and chilling, echoed from the depths of the woods. It was a sound that resonated deep within their bones, a primal fear that spoke of ancient evil. Chloe clutched Liam's arm, her knuckles white, her breathing ragged. The bravado that had characterized her earlier had vanished, replaced by a raw, primal terror. Liam knew they couldn't stay. They had to leave, to escape the malevolent power of the witches well before it claimed them both. But the forest, once a familiar path, had become a bewildering maze, its ancient pathways twisting and turning in a way that seemed designed to disorient and trap. Each shadow seemed to writhe and shift, concealing unseen dangers, playing tricks on their eyes. As they stumbled through the undergrowth, the forest itself seemed to fight against their escape. Thick vines snagged at their clothing, low-hanging branches whipped at their faces, and the ground itself seemed to shift and crumble beneath their feet. The oppressive weight of the darkness intensified, the air growing heavy and thick, making each breath a labored effort. The whispers began again, faint at first, but growing steadily louder, more insistent. They were unintelligible, yet chillingly clear, as if voices from another dimension were trying to break through the barrier between worlds. Liam felt a cold dread creep into his heart, the icy touch of the forest's malevolent magic. They pressed onward, their fear fueling their desperate flight, but the forest seemed determined to keep them. They stumbled through the darkness, their senses overwhelmed by the chilling sounds and the oppressive weight of the unseen. The whispers intensified, blending with the groaning trees and the howling wind, creating a cacophony of sound that threatened to drive them to madness. Suddenly, a light flickered in the distance, a faint glimmer through the trees. Hope, fragile yet tenacious, sparked within Liam. He urged Chloe onward, pushing through the undergrowth, determined to reach the light, to escape the clutches of the forest. The light grew stronger as they approached, revealing a small clearing bathed in the pale moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like supplicating arms. But as they approached, they saw that the tree was not alone. Beneath the oak, etched into the ancient stone, was another well, identical to the witch's well, but smaller, seemingly less potent. Yet, its surface shimmered with a different kind of light, a warm, inviting glow that stood in stark contrast to the sinister radiance of the witch's well. Beside the well, etched into the stone, were ancient symbols, unfamiliar yet somehow resonant, evoking a sense of profound understanding. Liam felt a strange pull towards them, a sense of recognition that defied logic. He reached out, his fingers tracing the lines of the strange script, a forgotten language awakening within his mind. As his fingers brushed against the stone, a wave of images flooded his mind with visions of forgotten rituals, ancient ceremonies, the history of the forest itself, the story of Alara and her forbidden magic. He saw the consequences of unchecked power, the tragic price paid by those who had dared to trifle with forces beyond their understanding. The visions faded, leaving him breathless, shaken but strangely enlightened. He understood now. The witch's well was a conduit, a gateway to unimaginable power, but it was also a trap, a tool of Alara's malevolent magic. Mark's wish had been granted, but at the ultimate price, his very life. Liam looked at Chloe, her face pale and drawn, her eyes mirroring the fear that gnawed at his own heart. They had escaped the immediate threat of the forest, but the consequences of their actions still loomed, heavy and inescapable. The knowledge he had gained, the visions he had witnessed, were a burden, a chilling reminder of the dangers they had faced and the precarious path that lay ahead. The small well, bathed in its gentle light, seemed to offer a glimmer of hope. It was a counterpoint to the darkness, a symbol of a different kind of magic, a magic that wasn't about power, but about balance, about understanding. But as they reached out to touch it, another wave of images washed over Liam, showing them the price of intervention, a terrible choice that would cost them dearly. The small well represented their own power, their own agency, the choice between preserving a dangerous balance and the agonizing possibility of another loss. Their journey wasn't over, the forest hadn't released them. It had offered them a choice, a terrible bargain: continue to intervene and change the balance, or accept the tragic status quo, still haunted by the fate of their friend. The weight of this choice settled upon them, heavier than the oppressive darkness of the forest, heavier than the fear of unseen things. They had touched the darkness, and the darkness had touched them. Their choices would determine not just their own fate, but the fate of the forest and all who dwelled within it. The forest's dark heart beat on, its ancient rhythms a constant reminder of the terrible power they had awakened and the terrible price they might yet have to pay. The quiet whispers of the trees, once a mere unsettling sound, now held a deeper meaning, a terrifying warning of things to come. The game was far from over, it had only just begun. The chilling revelation at the second well left them paralyzed. The visions, a torrent of forgotten lore and ancient rituals, had shown them the true nature of Alara's power, a precarious balance maintained through suffering, a dark pact woven into the very fabric of the forest. Mark's death wasn't a simple consequence of his wish, it was a sacrifice, a necessary offering to preserve the uneasy truce that had kept the forest's malevolent heart in check. The well, they now understood, wasn't merely a source of power, but a conduit, a pressure valve releasing pent-up energies that threatened to engulf the world if left unchecked. Liam ran a trembling hand over the ancient symbols etched into the stone surrounding the smaller well. The script, once indecipherable, now resonated within him, a silent language speaking of responsibility and the crushing weight of consequence. He saw flashes of Alara, not as a malevolent entity, but as a figure caught in a desperate struggle, a guardian forced to make terrible choices to prevent a greater catastrophe. Her magic wasn't simply evil, it was a desperate, dark defense. Chloe, her face ashen, whispered, "So, it wasn't just a wish, it was a sacrifice." Her voice trembled, mirroring the tremor that ran through Liam's own body. The weight of their unintended action, the accidental catalyst for a death, settled upon them with the force of a physical blow. They had sought knowledge, a glimpse into the forbidden, and in their naive quest, they had unwittingly become players in a far older, far more sinister game. The smaller well, pulsating with a gentle, almost comforting light, offered an alternative. The visions revealed another path, a way to counteract Alara's dark magic, to restore balance without resorting to further sacrifice. But the images were fragmented, the process veiled in cryptic symbolism, requiring a deep understanding of the forest's ancient lore to decipher. It spoke of a counter-ritual, a delicate dance of energies that required precise timing, meticulous preparation, and a deep understanding of the risks involved. Failure would not merely result in another death, it would unleash a far greater evil, a cataclysm that would consume the forest, and perhaps even more. The choice before them was agonizing. They could leave, accepting Mark's death as the price of their ignorance, allowing the forest's dark equilibrium to remain undisturbed. Or they could attempt the counter-ritual, risking everything, their lives, their sanity, and perhaps the very survival of the forest itself, in a desperate gamble to right the wrong they had unwittingly committed. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath, the chilling whispers of the trees momentarily silenced, as if awaiting their decision. The silence was even more terrifying than the cacophony of unsettling sounds that had haunted them earlier. It was a palpable tension, a thick, suffocating layer of anticipation hanging heavy in the air. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sounded deafening in the unnerving quiet. The weight of their choice pressed down on them, suffocating them with its enormity. Liam, his mind reeling from the weight of his new knowledge, felt the familiar grip of despair tighten around him. The visions had not only shown them the price of inaction, but had also unveiled the terrifying complexities of the ritual. It wasn't a simple spell, it was an intricate process demanding precise actions in a specific sequence, under a specific alignment of celestial bodies. It would require an understanding of the forest's ancient language, of its hidden pathways and forgotten traditions. A single misstep could unleash consequences far worse than they had ever imagined. Chloe, despite her fear, displayed a surprising resilience. The initial shock of Mark's death had given way to a fierce determination. She was not the same playful girl who had embarked on this adventure with such naive excitement. The horror she had witnessed had forged a steel within her, a strength that mirrored the desperate resolve forming in Liam's own heart. Together, they would face the challenge. Together they would fight, even if it meant facing their own demise. They spent the next few hours poring over the symbols etched around the well. Liam, guided by the fragments of knowledge that surged within him, began to decipher the meaning behind the intricate script. The ancient language, a blend of symbols and rhythms, revealed itself slowly, like the unraveling of a dark tapestry. Each glyph, each line, whispered of a ritual demanding patience, precision, and absolute control. The ritual, they discovered, required a specific offering, not a life, but a piece of Alara's magic itself. They would need to draw upon the essence of the witch's well, channeling its power not to unleash it, but to redirect it, to balance the scales. This was not about dominance, not about control, it was about understanding and redirection, a delicate dance of energy aimed at restoring the forest's fractured equilibrium. They also discovered that the timing was crucial. The ritual had to be performed under the influence of a specific lunar cycle, at the precise moment when the moon cast its shadow upon the well, allowing them to draw upon its energy at its peak potency. It was a dangerous endeavor, demanding not only precise timing but also a complete understanding of the forest's hidden pathways and energies. A single mistake, a moment of hesitation, could have disastrous repercussions. The process was excruciatingly slow. The forest seemed to test their resolve, their patience, their very sanity. The whispers intensified, morphing into menacing voices, seeming to lure them away from their task, whispering promises of power and escape. They faced phantoms of doubt, whispers of fear and self-preservation. They were not just facing the forest, they were battling against the insidious doubts and fears planted within their own minds. The moon, a cold, watchful eye in the night sky, served as their guide. Each day, each hour, brought them closer to the moment of truth. As the moon's cycle reached its culmination, the forest held its breath. The animals seemed to sense the shift in the balance of energies, their nocturnal movements growing eerily still, their presence felt but unseen. The air itself crackled with a palpable energy, a humming tension that resonated deep within their bones. They had prepared themselves for the inevitable. They knew that failure could mean their deaths, or worse, the unleashing of an ancient evil upon the world. But they also understood that inaction would condemn them to a life burdened by guilt and regret. They had seen the consequences of their choices, the consequences of ignorance and indifference. They had touched the darkness, and now they had the opportunity to fight back. As the appointed hour drew near, they stood before the smaller well, the ancient symbols etched into the stone radiating a pale, ethereal glow. Liam, his face drawn and pale, but his eyes burning with a newfound determination, held the ancient ritualistic object discovered during their earlier exploration. Chloe, her fear subdued by a fierce resolve, stood by his side, her hand resting gently on his shoulder, offering a silent affirmation of their shared resolve. Their journey wasn't over, it was just beginning. The forest held its breath, the silent witness to their final act. Their choices, their actions, would determine not only their fate but the fate of the forest itself, a dark legacy stretching back through centuries, waiting to be rewritten. The ultimate price remained uncertain, a haunting shadow in the growing darkness. But they would stand together, face the darkness, and make their choice, their destiny sealed beneath the watchful eye of the moon. The air crackled with anticipation, a symphony of fear and determination, weaving a chilling prelude to the final act of their terrifying ordeal. The moon, a spectral disk in the inky sky, cast a long, skeletal shadow across the clearing. Liam, his hands trembling, traced the intricate carvings around the smaller well, the ancient script a roadmap to a desperate, uncertain future. The air hummed with a low, resonant thrum, a palpable energy that prickled the skin and tightened the chest. This wasn't just the forest's breath, it was the pulse of something older, something far more powerful. Chloe, her face pale but resolute, held a small, intricately carved wooden amulet, a discovery from their earlier exploration, its significance revealed only through the fragmented visions. It wasn't merely an artifact, it was a key, a conduit to harness the well's energy, not to unleash it, but to redirect its flow, to subtly alter the delicate balance Alara had so precariously maintained. The ritual, as revealed by Liam's painstaking decipherment of the ancient symbols, wasn't a simple invocation or a forceful command. It was a carefully orchestrated dance, a delicate negotiation with the very essence of the forest's dark magic. It demanded precise movements, specific incantations whispered in a forgotten tongue, and an absolute mastery of the emotions. Fear, doubt, and hesitation were poison, only unwavering resolve could see them through. The instructions were cryptic, layered with symbolism that tested the limits of their understanding. Each gesture, each spoken word, had multiple meanings, each influencing the flow of energy in ways both subtle and profound. They needed to draw upon the well's power, to channel it through the amulet, to weave a counterspell, a carefully calibrated response to the dark pact that bound Alara to the forest. Liam began the ritual, his voice barely a whisper against the rustling leaves and the ominous creak of ancient branches. The words, guttural and strange, resonated within him, resonating with a power that both terrified and invigorated him. Chloe watched him, her heart a frantic drum against her ribs, offering silent support, her presence a steady anchor in the storm of emotions swirling around them. As the ritual progressed, the forest responded. The whispering voices grew louder, more insistent, morphing into mocking laughter and chilling threats. Shadows danced in the periphery of their vision, shapes shifting and coalescing, whispering promises of escape, of power, of oblivion. But Liam and Chloe stood firm, their minds resolute, their shared fear fueling their determination. They faced their internal demons as much as the external threats. Doubt gnawed at their resolve, whispering temptations of self-preservation, of running away, of accepting Mark's death as the inevitable price of their ignorance. But the memory of Mark's gentle smile, the weight of their shared responsibility, the terrible consequences of inaction, held them fast. The air grew colder, the ground beneath their feet vibrating with an increasing intensity. The smaller well pulsed with a brighter light, its energy intensifying, building to a crescendo of raw power. The amulet warmed in Chloe's hand, radiating a heat that felt both comforting and terrifying. They were walking a tightrope, balancing on the razor's edge between salvation and utter annihilation. The final stage of the ritual required the most delicate precision. Liam had to channel the well's energy, to focus it through the amulet, to shape it into a counterforce, a wave of energy designed to counteract Alara's dark influence, to gently nudge the forest's equilibrium back towards the light. It was a delicate act of manipulation, a subtle shift in the cosmic balance. With a deep breath, Liam focused all his energy, pouring his remaining strength into the final incantation. The amulet glowed brilliantly, bathing the clearing in an ethereal radiance. A wave of energy rippled outwards from the well, a silent tide washing over the forest, its effects impossible to immediately measure. The forest fell silent. The whispering voices ceased, the shadows retreated, the eerie hum subsided. A profound stillness settled over the clearing, a stillness so profound that it felt almost unnatural, even more terrifying than the chaos that had preceded it. Liam and Chloe stood breathless, their bodies trembling, their minds reeling from the intensity of the experience. Had they succeeded? Had they managed to undo the consequences of their actions, to restore the balance, to find redemption? The answer remained shrouded in the silence, in the deep, unsettling quiet of the forest. The moon, a silent observer, cast its cold light upon them, offering no judgment, no reassurance. The air remained heavy with the lingering scent of fear and the lingering weight of their actions. They had faced the darkness, ventured into the forbidden, and attempted to right a wrong. The success of their efforts, however, remained a question that hung heavy in the air, a chilling uncertainty that would haunt them long after they left the forest's sinister embrace. Their journey had been fraught with peril, a descent into the heart of darkness, an act of desperate redemption. They had stared into the abyss, and it had stared back, leaving them to contemplate the chilling uncertainty of the future. The path ahead remained uncertain, the forest's secrets still buried deep within its ancient heart. They had attempted to undo the damage, to restore balance, to find redemption for their actions. But the true measure of their success, the true cost of their intervention, remained unknown, a haunting uncertainty that would linger in their memories, a constant reminder of the night they dared to challenge the ancient power of the witch's well. The silence, deeper and more profound than any sound, spoke volumes, leaving them to wonder about the unseen consequences, the ripple effects of their daring intervention in the delicate equilibrium of the forest. Their hearts heavy with uncertainty, they turned away from the well, leaving the chilling question unanswered, leaving the ultimate judgment to the silent, watchful forest itself. The forest remained, a timeless enigma, holding its secrets close, whispering its unanswered questions on the wind. Their redemption, if achieved, was not a triumphant victory, but rather a precarious balance, a fragile truce with forces far older and more powerful than themselves. The night, however, was far from over. Story 2, The Changeling. The forest path, still slick with the lingering dampness of the night, seemed to stretch endlessly before them. Liam and Chloe walked in silence, the weight of their actions pressing down like a physical burden. The eerie stillness of the woods, the absence of the usual rustling leaves and chirping crickets, was more unsettling than the cacophony of unsettling sounds that had preceded it. The air, though clear, held a strange, cloying sweetness, like overripe berries left to rot. Chloe, ever practical, broke the silence first. "Do you think we succeeded?" Her voice was barely a whisper, lost in the vastness of the ancient trees. Liam shook his head slowly, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. "I don't know, Chloe. The well, it's quiet now. But quiet doesn't mean safe. It could mean something else entirely." He shivered, not entirely from the cold. A deeper chill, a primal fear, had settled in his bones. They continued their trek, the path winding deeper into the heart of the woods, leading them away from the witch's well and towards a different kind of darkness, a darkness that clung to the edges of their consciousness, a nagging unease that refused to be dismissed. The experience at the well had left an indelible mark, a stark reminder of the forces they had unwittingly unleashed, the ancient energies they had attempted to manipulate. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the dense canopy, casting long, skeletal shadows across the forest floor, they reached a small, secluded village nestled amongst the trees. It was a place untouched by the modern world, a timeless pocket of rustic simplicity, where time seemed to move at a different pace, slower, more deliberate. The houses, built of weathered wood and stone, were clustered together, their windows dark and unwelcoming, offering no hint of life within. Liam had heard whispers of this place, stories of its isolation, its ancient secrets, its peculiar inhabitants. It was a place where tradition held sway, where the old ways were still practiced, where the line between the mundane and the supernatural blurred and twisted. The village was a stark contrast to the unsettling energy of the forest, yet it felt equally unnerving, its quietude heavy with unspoken anxieties. They entered the village cautiously, their steps muffled by the soft earth. The silence was unnerving, a thick blanket of stillness that amplified the sounds of their own breath and the thump of their hearts. They passed houses with smoke-stained chimneys, indicating that life did exist here, but the absence of people was striking. An eerie sense of desertion hung heavy in the air. As they approached the center of the village, they saw a small, weathered church, its steeple reaching towards the sky like a skeletal finger pointing to a heaven that seemed far removed from this secluded, almost forgotten place. The church doors were ajar, revealing a glimpse of the shadowy interior. A morbid curiosity pulled them towards it. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of incense and dust. A single flickering candle cast long, dancing shadows across the walls, illuminating ancient, faded frescoes depicting scenes from the lives of saints, juxtaposed strangely with unsettling images that seemed to defy interpretation. The overall effect was one of unsettling unease. As they moved deeper into the church, they heard a faint, rhythmic sobbing emanating from the back. They approached cautiously, their hearts pounding in their chests. There, in a dimly lit corner, they saw a young woman, her face buried in her hands, shaking uncontrollably. She looked up as they approached, her eyes red and swollen, her face etched with exhaustion and despair. Her name, they learned, was Alara, and her story was a chilling echo of their own experiences. She told them of her child, a beautiful boy named Finn, who had changed inexplicably over the past few months. At first, the changes were subtle. Finn became withdrawn, his eyes taking on a distant, vacant look, his laughter replaced with a chilling silence. Then, the more disturbing changes started. His cries were high-pitched, inhuman. His skin, once soft, grew cold and clammy to the touch. He showed an unnatural aversion to light, preferring the shadows, and to the sounds of religious music and prayer. He developed a voracious appetite, insatiable and unnatural. Elara's words were heavy with a deep, unshakable sorrow, a mother's desperate plea for help, a confession of her deepest fears. She spoke of the ancient rituals performed in secret, the whispers about changelings, the stories passed down through generations of her family, the unsettling tales of children stolen in the dead of night and replaced with creatures of shadow and darkness. She had watched her son morph into something else, something inhuman, something not of this world. She knew, deep in her heart, that Finn was not her son. He was a changeling, a creature from the dark side, a thing of nightmares. Her maternal instincts battled with the chilling truth. Could she really believe it? Could she bring herself to accept the existence of such evil so close to her? The question tormented her. Liam and Chloe listened intently, their own experiences coloring their understanding of her story. They saw the parallels between her struggle and the darkness they had faced in the forest, the whispers of ancient magic, the unsettling influence of forces far older than humankind. Elara's story added a new dimension to their adventure, a deeply personal and emotionally devastating one. The sun rose higher in the sky, bathing the village in a pale, uncertain light, revealing the details of the dilapidated church and the despair etched on Elara's face. Her story was a testament to the fragility of human hope in the face of ancient evils, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked in the seemingly mundane, waiting to claim its victims. The journey wasn't over. Instead, it had just taken a sharper, more personal turn, intertwining their destinies with Elara's tragic tale. Their fight had extended beyond the magical well. Now, they were confronting a far more insidious evil, the subtle corruption of family and home. The weight of her plight settled upon them, a profound sense of dread mingling with their lingering fear from the night before. They realized that their own encounter with the witch's well had been a prelude to something larger, something far more unsettling. The forest held its secrets, but now they found themselves entangled in the dark magic that had taken root not in the ancient trees, but in a seemingly ordinary home, in the heart of a seemingly ordinary family. The darkness had a new face, a new victim, and a new battle was about to begin. The question now wasn't just about saving a forest, it was about saving a child, a mother, and perhaps even their own souls. Their journey had only just begun. The true horror, they were now beginning to understand, was only just unfolding. The silent village, cloaked in an ancient sorrow, held a chilling secret deeper than the forest's darkest depths, a secret that threatened to consume them all. Elara's narrative hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Liam and Chloe, despite their own harrowing experiences, found themselves grappling with the sheer horror of her situation. Finn's transformation, as she described it, was a slow, insidious creep of the uncanny. It wasn't a sudden, dramatic shift, but a gradual erosion of the boy they knew, replaced by something else. The initial changes were subtle, almost imperceptible. A slight chill to his touch, a fleeting coldness in his eyes that lingered longer each time. His laughter, once bright and infectious, became rarer, replaced by a disconcerting silence, a vacant stare that seemed to pierce through to something ancient and malevolent. He'd withdraw into himself, spending hours in the dim corners of their cottage, a stark contrast to his previously boisterous nature. Then came the nightmares. Not the typical childhood terrors, but vivid, terrifying accounts of things that crawled in the dark, of voices that whispered promises of power and pain, of shadows that danced with an unnatural intelligence. Elara would find him thrashing in his sleep, his small body racked with sobs that were far too intense for a child his age. The cries, she recounted, were almost inhuman, high-pitched and piercing, echoing long after he'd calmed. The change in his appetite was equally disturbing. Finn, once a picky eater, developed an insatiable hunger. He devoured food with a ravenous intensity, leaving plates clean in an instant, his eyes never leaving the food, as though he were starved not for sustenance, but for something far more sinister. No amount of food seemed to satisfy him. He was always hungry, always demanding more. His aversion to light became increasingly pronounced. He sought the shadows, preferring the gloom of the attic or the cellar to the cheerful warmth of the sun. He recoiled from bright lamps and candles, shrinking from their light as if it burned his skin. And the most unsettling aspect was his reaction to religious symbols and hymns. The crucifix hanging above his crib, once a comfort, now seemed to infuriate him. The sound of church bells sent him into fits of rage. He became fiercely resistant to Elara's attempts to pray with him, his screams of protest cutting through the air with a terrifying intensity. "It's like he's afraid of God," Elara whispered, her voice cracking with despair. As if he knows something he shouldn't. Liam and Chloe exchanged glances. The parallels with their own experiences were undeniable. The aversion to light, the unnatural hunger, the chilling reactions to religious symbols, they were all chillingly familiar. They'd seen similar behavior in the creatures conjured at the witch's well, creatures who thrived in darkness and recoiled from the sacred. Elara's story was more than just a tale of a troubled child. It was a horrifying confirmation of their worst fears. The well hadn't simply been a source of dark magic, it had been a conduit, a gateway through which these malevolent entities could enter the world. And now, one of them had invaded the sanctity of a home, disguised as a child. The quiet village, once merely unsettling, now felt like a cage, enclosing a terrible, lurking evil. The weight of this realization settled upon them with crushing force. Their initial sense of unease transformed into a deep, gnawing dread. The fear wasn't just for Elara and Finn, it was for themselves, for the potential scope of this malevolent influence, for the unknown horrors lurking beneath the surface of this seemingly idyllic village. Liam, a man of science, tried to rationalize what they were witnessing. He considered mundane explanations, a rare medical condition, psychological trauma, even a case of severe child abuse. But the sheer accumulation of strange and unsettling events defied any logical explanation. The intensity of Finn's aversion to religious symbols, the inhuman cries, the unnatural hunger, these weren't the symptoms of any known illness or affliction. Chloe, a woman of faith, found herself questioning her beliefs. She'd always found solace in religion, but now, the lines between faith and fear were blurring. The very act of prayer, once a comfort, felt fraught with anxiety, the words seeming to echo the desperate pleas of a soul trapped in darkness. Days turned into nights, and the small village became a claustrophobic prison of suspicion and fear. Elara's sanity frayed at the edges. Her once vibrant eyes grew dull and haunted, her smiles fading into a permanent expression of grief and despair. She slept little, constantly watching Finn, her gaze filled with a mixture of love and dread. The villagers, initially reticent, slowly began to reveal their own stories of unexplained happenings, tales of missing children and livestock, whispers of ancient rituals passed down through generations, of shadowy figures seen lurking at the edges of the forest. Their stories reinforced Elara's suspicions, painting a chilling picture of a community bound by secrecy and fear, a community where the lines between the real and the supernatural were dangerously blurred. The more they learned, the more they realized they were trapped in a web of ancient evil, a web spun from dark magic and fear. The village itself seemed to be complicit, its silence a heavy shroud over the horrifying truth. One evening, under the pale light of a nearly full moon, Chloe observed Finn behaving strangely. He was sitting in a dimly lit corner of the cottage, humming a low, monotonous tune. His eyes, normally vacant, were focused, almost glowing, with an unnatural luminescence. He seemed to be communicating with something, or someone, unseen, his lips moving silently, but his gaze directed at a point beyond the walls of the cottage. A bone-chilling awareness washed over Chloe. The creature within her son was not merely parasitic, it was communicating, planning, preparing. The horror went beyond the simple replacement of a child. It was something more insidious, something malevolent. Liam, observing from a distance, noticed something else disturbing. As Finn hummed his eerie tune, faint symbols began to appear on the walls of the cottage, drawn as if with an unseen hand in what appeared to be a mixture of soot and dried blood. The symbols were strange, archaic, alien, symbols that seemed to defy human comprehension, yet resonated with a deep, primal fear. There were signs of a ritual, a dark ritual that was unfolding under their very noses. The growing suspicion wasn't just Alara's anymore. It had become their suspicion too. The weight of their collective knowledge, the weight of the untold horrors they were witnessing, threatened to crush them. The quiet desperation of the village, the subtle corruption of a mother's love, the insidious darkness that had wormed its way into the heart of a family, these were the true horrors that threatened to consume them. The fear wasn't just for Finn or Alara, but for the very fabric of reality itself, and for their own sanity. The battle had begun, and they knew, with chilling certainty, that they were terribly unprepared. Alara, driven to the brink of madness, found herself consumed by a desperate search for answers. The rational explanations Liam offered, medical conditions, psychological trauma, felt inadequate, flimsy constructs against the overwhelming reality of Finn's transformation. Something ancient and profoundly evil had invaded their lives, and the scientific method seemed powerless against it. Her hope lay not in sterile laboratories and clinical diagnoses, but in the dusty pages of forgotten texts, and the whispered secrets of folklore and the chilling echoes of ancient beliefs. Her initial research focused on the symptoms, the aversion to light, the unnatural hunger, the uncanny coldness, the violent reaction to religious symbols. These were not the hallmarks of a modern illness, they resonated with a far older, darker history. She began to scour local libraries, poring over volumes of forgotten histories and dusty tomes of folklore, her fingers tracing the faded script of centuries-old accounts. The local library, a quiet sanctuary in the heart of the village, held a trove of forgotten manuscripts, many untouched for decades. She discovered brittle pages filled with tales of malicious spirits, of malevolent entities that preyed on the innocent, of beings that could mimic human form but possessed a cruel, unearthly core. Among these unsettling narratives, one recurring theme stood out: the changeling. The folklore surrounding changelings varied wildly, depending on the region and the teller. Some described them as fairy children, swapped for human infants in the dead of night. Others depicted them as malevolent spirits assuming the guise of children, their true nature veiled in illusion. Regardless of their origin, the common thread was their inherent cruelty, their ability to mimic human behavior while harboring a darkness that would chill the soul. In one ancient manuscript, bound in cracked leather and yellowed with age, Alara found a chillingly specific account. It described a changeling as a creature of immense hunger, feeding not merely on food but on the life force of its victims. It spoke of their aversion to religious symbols, claiming that the holiness repelled them, exposing their true, monstrous nature. It described their inhuman cries, their vacant stares, their preference for darkness and shadow, a horrifying mirror of Finn's disturbing behavior. Another text detailed a ritualistic method for identifying a changeling, placing a red-hot poker in the crib. If the child was a changeling, it would not flinch, its inhuman nature impervious to the pain. However, the text warned that such a test carried immense risk, for it could trigger the changeling's rage, unleashing its full, terrifying power. Alara shuddered, rejecting the idea. She could not risk harming Finn, even if it meant confirming her worst fears. Her research expanded beyond local texts. She delved into broader studies of folklore, encountering accounts from across the globe. From the chilling stories of the Dullahan of Ireland, a headless horseman who carried its severed head beneath its arm, to the malevolent Skvader of Scandinavia, a shape-shifting monster that could lure children to their doom. The world of folklore seemed rife with entities that preyed upon the innocent. The sheer volume of similar narratives across cultures, spanning continents and centuries, started to erode Alara's remaining doubt. The patterns were unmistakable. The common threads, the unnatural hunger, the aversion to light and religious symbols, the chilling coldness, formed a terrifying tapestry of consistent characteristics that pointed to one unsettling conclusion. Finn was not her son. Something else, something dark and ancient, had taken his place. This realization brought a new level of terror. The initial fear for Finn's well-being evolved into a chilling understanding of the true nature of her predicament. She was not merely dealing with a troubled child, she was facing a malevolent entity that had infiltrated her family, a creature that could mimic human form with terrifying precision. Her research continued late into the night, fueled by desperation and fueled by a chilling mixture of fear and determination. She learned of methods used to banish or deter such entities, though most were vague, steeped in ancient superstition and often containing warnings that emphasized the danger of such actions. Incense made from specific herbs, ancient prayers whispered under a blood moon, the use of consecrated objects, these were not scientifically proven methods, yet they were the only tools available to fight against the ancient evil that had possessed her son. As she immersed herself deeper in this world of folklore and forgotten lore, Alara's research uncovered details that went beyond the simple identification of a changeling. She stumbled upon mentions of contracts, implied or explicit agreements with powerful, dark entities. Some legends spoke of bargains made by desperate parents, offering something precious in exchange for a child's well-being, a child's life. These bargains, once made, were rarely broken, and the consequences were often catastrophic. The weight of this information crushed Alara. The thought that her son's condition might be the result of a pact made generations ago, a dark inheritance passed down through her family line, filled her with a profound sense of despair. She desperately searched her own family history, scouring dusty parish records and faded photographs, hoping to find some clue, some indication that would help her understand how this evil had come to dwell within her home. Her research grew frantic, fueled by a growing sense of urgency. The subtle changes in Finn were becoming increasingly pronounced. His uncanny coldness was growing more intense, his aversion to light now bordered on a phobia. His hunger was insatiable, a never-ending void that seemed to drain the life force of everything around him. Alara's findings were not just academic exercises, they had become a desperate guide in a battle for her son's soul. She had uncovered a terrifying world, a world of shadows and ancient evils, and the knowledge she'd gained was both horrifying and desperately needed. The folklore wasn't just a collection of myths and legends anymore, it was a survival manual for a war against the unimaginable. The fight to reclaim Finn was no longer a personal struggle, it had become a fight against the ancient and malevolent forces that lurked in the shadows of her once idyllic village, a battle against a darkness far older than humanity itself. And Alara, armed with little more than her desperate love and the chilling knowledge gleaned from forgotten folklore, was ready to face it. The old woman, Agnes, lived at the edge of the village, a recluse shrouded in the whispers of the community. Alara had avoided her, dismissing the local gossip as superstition. Now, desperation gnawed at her, and Agnes's isolated cottage became her last resort. The journey was fraught with unease. The late afternoon sun cast long, skeletal shadows that seemed to writhe and twist, mirroring the turmoil in Alara's heart. Agnes's cottage was a testament to decay, the timbers warped and groaning under the weight of years. The air hung heavy with the scent of dried herbs and something else, something acrid and unsettling that clung to the back of Alara's throat. Agnes herself was a wizened figure, her face a roadmap of wrinkles etched by time and hardship. Her eyes, though clouded with age, held a startling intensity. Alara recounted her findings, her voice trembling at times, the weight of her discovery pressing down on her. Agnes listened patiently, her gaze unwavering, her silence more unnerving than any verbal response. When Alara finished, a long, drawn-out sigh escaped Agnes's lips, a sound heavy with the weight of centuries. The changeling, Agnes whispered, her voice raspy, it feeds not on milk, but on the life force of the child it replaces. It mimics, it imitates, but its core is pure darkness. Agnes revealed rituals, not from dusty books, but from a lineage passed down through generations, a secret knowledge kept hidden from the prying eyes of the uninitiated. She spoke of protective charms, woven from threads of moonlight and whispered prayers, of cleansing rituals performed under the waning moon, using herbs gathered only under the watchful gaze of the midnight sky. These were not the sanitized practices of academic texts. These were dangerous, visceral acts, steeped in a power both ancient and terrifying. Elara, armed with this forbidden knowledge, felt a surge of desperate hope, a fragile flame flickering in the darkness. The confrontation, she realized, was not simply a matter of identifying the changeling. It was a battle of wills, a clash between the ethereal and the earthly, between the ancient evil and the unwavering love of a mother. That night, under the pale light of the waning moon, Elara prepared herself. Agnes guided her, her voice a low murmur in the oppressive stillness of the cottage. She instructed Elara in the precise movements, the correct intonations, the exact timing, a meticulous ritual that demanded perfect precision. The herbs, meticulously gathered, were crushed and burned, their scent filling the air with a potent, almost intoxicating aroma. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a palpable tension that pressed against Elara's skin. She felt a deep, primal fear, but beneath it, a stronger force surged, the fierce, unwavering love for her son. As the ritual progressed, a chilling presence began to manifest, a palpable coldness that seeped into the very bones of the cottage. Shadows danced in the periphery, twisting and shifting, mocking the steady rhythm of the incantation. The confrontation was not a physical one. There were no violent struggles, no visible signs of combat. Instead, it was a war waged in the unseen realms, a clash of wills that played out in the chilling silence of the night. Elara felt the entity's presence, a malevolent force that pressed against her, attempting to break her will, to shatter her resolve. It was a battle against despair, against doubt, against the crushing weight of fear. The entity tried to lure her, to tempt her with illusions of normalcy, with the comforting image of a healthy, happy Finn, a deceptive mirage designed to break her resolve. But Elara held firm. The love for her son was her shield, her weapon. The knowledge gained from Agnes and the weight of her research gave her strength, a resolve born of both fear and fierce determination. She countered the entity's attempts at manipulation with unwavering focus, her chanting growing stronger, her movements more precise. The air crackled, the shadows writhed, the silence hummed with unseen energy, but Elara did not falter. The climax of the confrontation was not a dramatic burst of energy or a spectacular display of power. It was a slow, subtle shift, a gradual fading of the oppressive presence. The chilling coldness receded, the shadows stilled, the air grew lighter, the tension eased. The oppressive weight that had settled upon Elara lifted, replaced by an exhaustion so profound that it bordered on collapse. But within that exhaustion, a profound sense of relief settled. She felt a shift, a change in the atmosphere of her home. The sense of unease that had so consumed her was replaced by a lighter energy. The next morning, Finn seemed different. The chilling coldness that had permeated him was gone, replaced by a warmth that almost seemed unnatural. His eyes, previously vacant, now held a flicker of recognition. He didn't speak, but he reached out and took Elara's hand, a small gesture that spoke volumes. It was not a complete restoration, not a return to what he once was, but it was a beginning, a fragile step toward recovery, a glimmer of hope in the aftermath of a terrifying ordeal. The battle was far from over, but Elara had won the first, crucial engagement. The ancient evil had been driven back, but not destroyed. The vigilance would have to continue, the protection maintained, the ancient knowledge held close. The changeling was weakened, but not vanquished. The darkness lingered, a constant threat, a chilling reminder of the fragility of life and the power of ancient evils. The fight for Finn's soul was far from over, it had merely entered a new, uncertain phase. The victory felt fragile, a precarious balance held between the world of the living and the encroaching shadows of the ancient, waiting for the slightest slip, the tiniest error to reclaim their prize. Elara knew that the peace was only temporary, a brief reprieve in a war that had just begun. The days that followed were a blur of anxious vigilance. Finn, while seemingly improved, remained unsettlingly distant, his eyes holding a haunted depth that chilled Alara to the bone. He would sometimes stare into space, a vacant look replacing the playful sparkle she remembered. There were moments of connection, fleeting glimpses of the sun she knew, but they were punctuated by periods of unnerving stillness, a chilling echo of the entity's lingering presence. Agnes's instructions were precise, demanding a relentless commitment to the protective rituals. Elara's life became a ritualistic dance, a constant negotiation between the mundane and the mystical. Every sunrise and sunset brought with it a new set of incantations, a fresh arrangement of herbs, a renewed focus on maintaining the fragile shield around her son. Sleep became a luxury she could rarely afford, her nights filled with the murmuring of protective spells and the anxious monitoring of Finn's breath. The villagers, initially wary of Alara's involvement with Agnes, now offered a hesitant, fearful support. They brought food, whispered words of encouragement, their fear a palpable entity that hung in the air, mirroring Alara's own anxieties. Their fear wasn't for Alara alone, but for their children, their community, a shared apprehension of the unseen evil that had touched their lives. They watched her, watched Finn, their eyes reflecting a shared dread that went beyond mere superstition. It was a collective acknowledgement of a malevolent force that threatened to unravel their very existence. One evening, under the melancholic glow of the harvest moon, Alara experienced a profound revelation. While performing the nightly ritual, she felt a shift not only in the atmosphere but within herself. It wasn't the oppressive chill of the entity, instead, it was a surge of understanding, a deep intuitive knowing that transcended the confines of her rational mind. It was a terrifying and exhilarating realization, a glimpse into the fragmented soul of her son. The changeling, she understood, wasn't a complete replacement, a mere puppet controlled by malevolent forces. It was a parasite, an insidious entity that had latched onto Finn's soul, twisting and corrupting it, but not entirely obliterating it. Parts of Finn's essence remained, trapped, fighting back, desperately trying to surface amidst the darkness. This understanding profoundly altered her approach. The focus shifted from battling the entity to nurturing the remaining embers of Finn's spirit. The protective rituals continued, but they were now infused with a new purpose, not just to ward off the darkness, but to create a space for Finn's true self to reemerge, to reclaim its rightful place. Alara started incorporating elements of nurturing and healing into the rituals, replacing some of the warding herbs with those known for their restorative properties. She sang lullabies, whispered stories from Finn's childhood, weaving tales of love and safety into the ancient incantations. She spoke to him, not as a vessel for an evil entity, but as her son, her beloved child. The change was subtle, almost imperceptible at first. Finn began to respond more readily to her touch, his eyes showing hints of recognition, a flicker of the old, playful light. His vacant stares became less frequent, replaced by moments of focused attention, of tentative engagement with his surroundings. The process was slow, painstaking, fraught with setbacks and periods of despair. There were nights when the cold dread returned, when the entity seemed to claw its way back, threatening to extinguish the fragile flame of Finn's spirit. But Alara persisted, driven by an unwavering love that refused to surrender. She learned to recognize the entity's subtle manipulations, the whispers of doubt and despair it planted in her mind. She learned to counter them with affirmations of love, with a resolute faith in her son's inherent goodness. The battle wasn't just a physical or spiritual one, it was a battle against her own fear, her own doubts, her own despair. It was an internal struggle mirroring the turmoil within her son. Months passed. The transformation was slow, gradual, but undeniable. Finn began to speak, his voice weak at first, but gaining strength with each passing day. He didn't remember everything, his memories fragmented, filled with dark, disturbing images, but his clarity was steadily returning. His eyes reflected a growing sense of awareness, of self. He started to play, to laugh, his smiles bringing tears to Alara's eyes. The healing was far from complete, the scars of the ordeal remaining deep and evident. But the victory was tangible, a testament to the unwavering power of a mother's love, a powerful testament to the strength of the human spirit in the face of overwhelming darkness. The entity remained, a shadow lurking in the periphery, a constant reminder of the lurking evil, but it was weakened, its power diminished, its hold on Finn's soul broken. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the valley, Elara sat beside Finn, his head resting on her lap. He was drawing pictures, his young hands moving with surprising dexterity. He pointed to a crudely drawn figure, a small boy with dark, swirling eyes. "That's him," Finn whispered, his voice still fragile, but clear. "He's gone now." Elara held her son close, tears streaming down her face. It was not an ending, but a new beginning, a fragile truce in a war that might never truly end. The ancient darkness had been driven back, but it would always lurk in the shadows, a chilling reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring power of ancient evils. The vigilant protection and ancient knowledge would be passed down, becoming the inheritance of future generations. The battle was won, but the war against the encroaching darkness was far from over. The victory felt fragile, a precarious balance held between the world of the living and the encroaching shadows. The fight for Finn's soul, and the souls of others, was a constant vigilance, a testament to the strength of maternal love and the never-ending battle against the ancient evils lurking just beyond the veil of reality. Story 3, The Blackwood Coven. The dirt road, barely more than a rutted track, wound deeper into the Blackwood forest, the trees closing in like watchful sentinels. Elara had been following this path for hours, the air growing colder, heavier with each step. Agnes had given her directions, cryptic pronouncements woven into the ancient incantations. "Where the shadows dance and the moon bleeds its light," Agnes had said, her voice raspy but filled with an unsettling certainty. Elara, driven by a desperate need to understand, to find a solution beyond Agnes's rituals, had followed the instructions. The silence of the woods was profound, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig under her worn boots. The oppressive stillness was far more unnerving than any audible sound, a silence thick with secrets and ancient energies. The air itself seemed to hum with an unseen power, vibrating with a low, resonant thrum that resonated deep within her bones. The scent of decaying leaves and damp earth was strong, overlaid by a strange, metallic tang that prickled her nostrils and sent a shiver down her spine. She emerged from the dense woods into a small clearing, bathed in the ethereal light of the almost full moon. Before her lay a cluster of houses, their architecture unlike anything Elara had ever seen. They were built of dark, weathered wood, their roofs steeply pitched, almost pointed, as if reaching for the sky. Smoke curled lazily from their chimneys, hinting at a life hidden within, a life that felt both ancient and strangely unsettling. An uneasy feeling settled over Elara. It wasn't simply fear, it was a sense of wrongness, a discordant note in the harmony of nature. The houses themselves seemed to exude an aura of unnatural stillness, an unsettling sense of observation. She felt watched, scrutinized by unseen eyes lurking within the shadows of the buildings. The very air crackled with anticipation, with an unspoken tension that tightened her chest. Hesitantly, she approached the nearest house. Its door, made of thick, dark oak, was slightly ajar. A sliver of light spilled out, illuminating a dimly lit interior. The air emanating from the opening was thick with the scent of herbs and something else, a faint, earthy aroma that Elara couldn't quite place, but which filled her with a primal unease. She hesitated for a long moment, her heart pounding in her chest. The rational part of her mind screamed at her to turn back, to flee this unsettling place. But a stronger force, a desperate need for answers, pushed her forward. She pushed the door open further and stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit by a single flickering candle, casting long, dancing shadows that writhed and twisted on the rough-hewn walls. The air was thick with the aroma of incense and herbs, a heady mix that both captivated and repelled her. The furniture was simple, mostly handcrafted from dark wood, its surfaces worn smooth by time. The walls were adorned with strange symbols, intricately carved into the wood, their meaning elusive. A figure emerged from the shadows, an elderly woman, her face etched with deep lines that spoke of a long and arduous life. Her eyes, however, were remarkably bright, sharp, and unsettlingly intense. They seemed to pierce through Elara, seeing not only her physical form but her very soul. The woman's voice, when she spoke, was low and resonant, carrying the weight of centuries. "You seek answers," she said, her words measured and deliberate. "Answers about Finn, about the Blackwood Coven." Elara nodded, unable to speak. The woman's knowledge of her quest sent a shock through her. How had this woman known? "We have watched you," the woman continued, her gaze unwavering. "We have seen your struggle, your unwavering love. We know of the entity that has touched your son." Elara's breath hitched in her throat. The woman's words confirmed everything she suspected but didn't dare to believe. The secretive community, hidden deep within the Blackwood Forest, was indeed a coven, and they possessed a knowledge of the supernatural far exceeding anything she could have imagined. The woman led Elara deeper into the house, into a room filled with an array of strange objects, dried herbs, animal bones, strange crystals, and intricately carved wooden figures. The air here thrummed with a palpable energy, a raw, untamed power that pressed against Elara, almost overwhelming her. The woman explained that the Blackwood Coven was not simply a group of witches practicing ancient rituals. They were guardians, protectors of an ancient balance, responsible for maintaining a delicate equilibrium between the mortal and the supernatural worlds. They had been watching Finn, observing the entity that had attached itself to him, and had determined that Elara's efforts were not in vain. They had been providing subtle assistance, guiding her, shaping her intuitions. Agnes, it turned out, was a member of this coven, a trusted intermediary chosen to help Elara. The Blackwood Coven, the woman revealed, was not merely a local entity. Its roots stretched back centuries, through generations of women who had dedicated their lives to the protection of their community and the preservation of ancient knowledge. Their power, she explained, stemmed from a deep connection to the land itself, to the ancient energies that pulsed beneath the Blackwood Forest. Over the next few days, Elara learned about the history of the Coven, their rituals, and their methods of confronting supernatural entities. She discovered that the entity attached to Finn was not merely a malevolent spirit, it was a fragment of a far older, far more powerful entity, an ancient being that had been banished long ago, but whose power still lingered in the world. The Coven's knowledge was vast and disturbing. They shared stories of past battles, of ancient rituals and sacrifices, of the constant struggle against malevolent forces that sought to disrupt the balance of the world. Elara learned about the intricate web of connections that linked the physical and spiritual realms, a network of energy flows that crisscrossed the entire world. The Coven's understanding extended far beyond superstition and folklore, revealing a far deeper and more terrifying reality. The rituals performed by the Coven were elaborate and complex, drawing upon ancient knowledge passed down through generations. Their effectiveness stemmed not from mere incantations or spells, but from a deep understanding of the underlying cosmic energies and the skillful manipulation of those energies. Elara learned the true extent of the Coven's power and the dangerous consequences of their actions. The price of maintaining the veil between worlds was high, a burden borne by generations of women who had sacrificed much for the protection of the innocent. The lines between good and evil, light and darkness, blurred as she learned of the harsh choices made in the past, the sacrifices rendered to preserve the balance of the world. She discovered that the entity clinging to Finn was only part of a larger, far more dangerous threat. This threat was not just a supernatural being, it was a powerful force that fed off fear and despair, a darkness that thrived on human suffering. The Coven had known about this threat, this overarching darkness, for many centuries, and they had held it at bay through generations of vigilance and ancient rituals. Their sacrifices had prevented the full release of this threat, this ancient evil that would unravel the fabric of reality. Elara, armed with the Coven's knowledge and wisdom, returned home with a renewed determination and a deeper understanding of the battle ahead. The fight for Finn's soul was not a solitary struggle, it was a part of a larger, ongoing conflict against ancient evils. The victory over the entity was a temporary reprieve, not a definitive end. The ancient darkness remained, and Elara knew that the vigilance, the ancient rituals, and the protective spells would need to continue. The fight was far from over, and the protection of future generations rested on the shoulders of those who understood the true nature of the darkness that lurked just beyond the veil. The fight to protect humanity from these ancient evils would require constant vigilance, knowledge passed down from generation to generation, and an understanding of the profound connection between the physical and the spiritual worlds. The war against the encroaching darkness had just begun. The woman, whose name Alara learned was Maeve, led her through a labyrinthine network of hallways, each room more unsettling than the last. One held shelves overflowing with dried herbs and roots, their earthy scent mingling with the sharp tang of unfamiliar substances. Another contained a collection of strangely shaped stones, their surfaces pulsing with a faint inner light. Still another was dominated by a large cauldron, its blackened interior hinting at rituals performed under the cover of darkness. Maeve explained that the Blackwood Coven had existed for centuries, hidden within the forest's depths. Their power stemmed not only from their knowledge of ancient magic but also from their deep connection to the land itself. They were guardians, she said, protectors of an ancient balance between the mortal and supernatural realms, a balance constantly threatened by forces both ancient and new. Alara, initially skeptical, found herself slowly drawn into their world. Maeve's explanations, delivered with calm authority, were backed by a depth of knowledge that defied explanation. She spoke of ley lines, of the Earth's energetic currents, and of the ways in which these currents could be manipulated to both heal and destroy. The Coven, she revealed, had been carefully studying Finn's affliction, monitoring the entity that had latched onto him. Their observations, meticulously documented in ancient texts bound in leather and adorned with arcane symbols, revealed patterns and clues that had eluded Alara. As days turned into weeks, Alara delved deeper into the Coven's practices and history. She learned of the sacrifices made by generations of women, of the arduous training and the unwavering dedication required to wield their power responsibly. The Coven's rituals were not frivolous displays of magic, they were carefully orchestrated acts, drawing upon the energies of the earth and sky to maintain the precarious balance between worlds. Alara witnessed rituals performed under the full moon, ceremonies where the line between the mundane and the supernatural blurred, where ancient chants resonated with the pulse of the forest itself. The Coven's knowledge was vast and disturbing, extending far beyond the realm of folklore and superstition. They spoke of entities older than humanity, of beings whose power surpassed comprehension. They shared stories of past battles fought against malevolent forces, conflicts waged across centuries, each victory hard-won and each defeat carrying devastating consequences. Alara learned of ancient pacts made with entities both benevolent and malevolent, of sacrifices offered to appease powerful forces and maintain the fragile equilibrium. One particularly chilling tale recounted the history of the entity attached to Finn. It wasn't, as Alara had initially believed, a simple malevolent spirit. It was a fragment, a shard of a far older, far more powerful being, an entity of immense power banished long ago, but whose influence still lingered, feeding off negativity and despair. This ancient entity had once held sway over a vast region, its influence warping reality itself. The Blackwood Coven had been instrumental in its banishment, a feat achieved through a devastating ritual requiring immense sacrifice and untold risks. The entity's fragmentation, however, had not destroyed it, it had only scattered its essence, allowing it to re-emerge in weaker, yet still dangerous, forms. The Coven's understanding of this entity, their deep knowledge of its weaknesses, was the key to saving Finn. They weren't simply witches performing spells, they were scholars of the supernatural, their knowledge painstakingly accumulated over generations, passed down through rituals and secret texts. They had studied the entity's methods of influence, its methods of infiltration, and developed strategies to combat it. The techniques they used were far beyond simple spells and incantations, they were sophisticated manipulations of the Earth's energy, channeled through intricate rituals and ancient symbols. Alara, however, was not merely a passive observer. She actively participated in the Coven's rituals, learning their techniques, understanding the subtle nuances of their power. She discovered an innate talent for manipulating the energy flows, a latent ability that had lain dormant until now. Guided by Maeve and the other Coven members, she learned to channel the Earth's energy, to sense the subtle vibrations of the supernatural world, and to use this knowledge to counteract the entity's influence on Finn. Through her involvement, she gained a profound understanding of the Coven's responsibilities. They weren't merely practicing witchcraft, They were acting as gatekeepers, maintaining a barrier between worlds, protecting humanity from the horrors lurking in the shadows. The cost of this protection was immense, involving constant vigilance, intricate rituals, and the willingness to confront unimaginable dangers. The Coven's members lived a life steeped in ancient knowledge and the weight of a responsibility they carried for generations. Their lives were dedicated to this precarious equilibrium, to the preservation of the world's balance. But even the Blackwood Coven, with all its ancient power and knowledge, wasn't infallible. Elara learned of past failures, of battles lost, and the devastating consequences that resulted. The entity that had attached itself to Finn was only one piece of a larger, more dangerous puzzle. A shadow loomed over their world, an ancient darkness gathering strength, threatening to shatter the delicate balance they had worked so hard to maintain for centuries. This overarching darkness, Maeve revealed, was far older and more powerful than the entity clinging to Finn. It was a primal force, an embodiment of chaos and oblivion, that fed off fear and despair. This darkness sought to unravel the fabric of reality, to plunge the world into an eternal night of suffering and despair. The Blackwood Coven, for centuries, had been the only force capable of holding it at bay, a beacon against the encroaching void. Their protective rituals, their ancient knowledge, had been the only thing standing between humanity and utter annihilation. The fight to save Finn was not an isolated battle, it was a critical engagement in a far larger war against the encroaching shadows. Elara now understood the true scale of the threat, the immensity of the battle that lay ahead. The Coven's knowledge, their power, was their only hope, and Elara, once an outsider, was now an integral part of their fight. The stakes were higher than she could have ever imagined. The fate of the world rested on their collective efforts, on their ability to withstand the coming darkness. The struggle for Finn's soul was inextricably linked to the ancient battle against this overarching evil. Their combined strength, honed by generations of struggle, would be needed to prevail. The fight was far from over, it was only just beginning. The air in the Coven's meeting hall, a vast chamber carved from the heart of an ancient oak, thrummed with an almost palpable energy. Torches flickered, casting dancing shadows on the intricately carved walls, revealing scenes of ancient rituals and forgotten battles. The scent of wood smoke, incense, and something else, something primal and unsettling, hung heavy in the air. Elara, her senses heightened by weeks spent immersed in the Coven's world, felt the vibrations deep within her bones, a resonance that spoke of power both ancient and terrifying. Tonight's ritual was unlike any she had witnessed before. Instead of the usual chants and invocations, a hushed expectancy permeated the gathering. Maeve, her face etched with a grim determination, stood before a massive stone altar, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to writhe and shift in the flickering torchlight. Around the altar, several Coven members, women whose ages seemed to defy definition, their faces a blend of wisdom and weariness, stood in a circle, their eyes closed, their hands outstretched. Their breathing was synchronized, a rhythmic pulse that echoed the steady beat of a distant drum. A young woman, barely more than a girl, was bound to the altar. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, her eyes wide with a terror that went beyond simple fear. It was a terror that resonated with the ancient darkness Elara had learned about, a fear that spoke of something far older and more powerful than any earthly evil. Elara felt a surge of empathy for the girl, a pang of guilt at her own relative safety. This girl was a sacrifice, a necessary offering to appease the encroaching shadows. The ritual began with a low hum, a sound that vibrated not just in the air but in Elara's very being. It grew in intensity, morphing into a powerful chant that seemed to draw upon the earth's energy, weaving it into a tapestry of power. The symbols on the altar glowed, their light pulsating in time with the chant, casting an eerie luminescence across the faces of the Coven members. Elara felt a pull, a magnetic force drawing her towards the altar, a desire to understand, to participate, to somehow lessen the girl's suffering. As the ritual reached its crescendo, the air crackled with energy. Sparks flew from the altar, dancing like malevolent spirits. The girl's screams were swallowed by the chant, replaced by a high-pitched wail that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the forest. Elara felt a wave of nausea, a sense of overwhelming dread, as the line between reality and the supernatural blurred. She saw fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures swirling around the altar, entities whose forms shifted and changed, defying definition. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the ritual ended. The chant ceased, the sparks died, and a profound silence descended upon the chamber. The girl lay still, her body limp, her breath barely perceptible. Maeve approached her, her face etched with both sorrow and relief. She touched the girl's forehead, and a faint glow emanated from her fingertips. Slowly, the girl's breathing deepened, her eyes fluttered open, and a weak smile touched her lips. She was alive, but changed. Her eyes held a depth of understanding, a knowledge that seemed far beyond her years. Elara watched, numb with a mixture of horror and fascination. The ritual had been successful, the sacrifice had appeased, at least for now. But the weight of what she had witnessed pressed heavily upon her. The Coven's power was undeniable, terrifying in its scope, but it came at a cost that Elara was beginning to understand with a growing dread. The following days were a blur of activity. The Coven prepared for a larger ritual, one that would attempt to push back the encroaching darkness, to strengthen the barrier between worlds. Elara found herself thrust into the heart of their preparations, assisting with the gathering of ingredients, the crafting of talismans, the study of ancient texts. She learned of hidden passages, secret caves, and forgotten shrines, places where the veil between worlds was thin, where the supernatural was palpable. But the preparation was not without danger. As the Coven grew closer to the ritual, so too did the encroaching darkness. Elara began to experience strange occurrences, unsettling visions, whispers in the dark, and a constant feeling of being watched. She discovered that the entity attached to Finn was not alone. Others, similar in nature, were appearing, drawn to the Coven's activities. These were fragments of the ancient evil, stirred by the preparations for the great ritual. One night, Elara awoke to find herself surrounded by shadowy figures, their forms indistinct yet menacing. They pressed in on her, their icy breath chilling her to the bone. She fought back, using the techniques she had learned from the Coven, channeling the Earth's energy to repel them. The struggle was intense, terrifying, but Elara held her ground. She pushed back the shadows, sending them recoiling into the darkness. The next morning, Maeve found Elara trembling, exhausted but alive. She explained that the attacks would only intensify as the ritual drew nearer. The encroaching darkness was sensing the Coven's preparations, and it was fighting back. Elara's life was now in danger, not just from the shadows themselves, but from the potential collateral damage of the impending battle. The final ritual took place under a blood-red moon. The air crackled with energy, the forest around them seemed to writhe and groan. The Coven, augmented by several allies from neighboring covens, stood united, facing the encroaching shadows. Elara, her senses on high alert, participated in the ritual, channeling her newfound power to bolster the Coven's efforts. It was a battle waged on multiple levels, a war against an ancient evil that threatened not only the Coven but the very fabric of reality. The battle was fierce, exhausting. Shadowy figures attacked from all sides, their icy touch capable of freezing the soul. Elara witnessed the deaths of several Coven members, their sacrifices adding to the power of the ritual. The cost was high, but they were fighting for the world, for the balance between worlds. As the ritual ended, they had won, but at a heavy cost, scars remained. The fight was far from over, the darkness would return. The victory was Pyrrhic, a brief respite in an endless war. Elara, now deeply scarred both physically and emotionally, knew that her life, her existence, would forever be entwined with the Blackwood Coven and their unending struggle against the encroaching darkness. The fight for the world's balance was far from over. The ancient war continued. The following days were a crucible. Elara, no longer a mere observer but a vital participant, found herself immersed in the Coven's daily life, a life that pulsed with a rhythm both ancient and unsettling. She learned that the Coven's power wasn't merely confined to ritualistic displays, it permeated the very fabric of Blackwood, its tendrils snaking into every aspect of the community's existence. The seemingly mundane occurrences, the unusually bountiful harvests, the inexplicable healing of the sick, the uncanny absence of crime, were all subtly orchestrated by the Coven's unseen hand. Maeve, the Coven's leader, revealed the Coven's history, a history shrouded in secrecy and steeped in bloodshed. Centuries old, the Blackwood Coven had weathered countless storms, protecting Blackwood from forces far older and more sinister than any human threat. Their power, Maeve explained, wasn't derived from some mystical artifact or ancient spell, but from a symbiotic relationship with the land itself. The ancient oak, the heart of their meeting hall, wasn't merely a building, it was a living conduit, a focal point for the raw, untamed energy that flowed beneath Blackwood. The Coven, through generations of ritual and sacrifice, had learned to harness this energy, wielding it to protect and to control. Elara's investigation, initially focused on the more sensational aspects of the Coven's activities, shifted. She began to understand the nuances of their power, the subtle ways in which they shaped the lives of Blackwood's residents. She saw the quiet acts of kindness, the unassuming interventions that prevented disasters, the almost imperceptible influences that kept the community thriving. It was a power wielded not with cruelty, but with a chillingly efficient pragmatism. The Coven's influence was a double-edged sword, a force that could bring life and prosperity, but also inflict devastating punishment on those who defied their authority. This understanding, however, came at a steep price. Elara's relentless pursuit of truth had drawn the attention of forces far beyond the Blackwood Coven. Whispers in the shadows, unsettling visions, and increasingly frequent encounters with malevolent entities intensified. She found herself the target of relentless surveillance, followed by unseen eyes, her every move scrutinized, her every thought probed. The air itself seemed to hum with a malevolent energy, a palpable sense of impending doom. One evening, while researching in the Blackwood Library, a repository of arcane knowledge hidden beneath the town's seemingly ordinary buildings, Elara stumbled upon a hidden chamber. Inside, she found ancient texts detailing the Coven's darkest secrets, rituals of unimaginable horror and power. She deciphered passages describing sacrifices not merely of animals or unwilling participants, but of those deemed unworthy, those who threatened the delicate balance the Coven maintained. The implication was terrifying. Her investigation itself could be interpreted as a threat, making her a potential target. The next morning, Elara found her apartment ransacked, her research notes scattered and burned. The message was clear: someone, or something, wanted her silenced. Fear, sharp and cold, pierced her resolve. She confided in Maeve, revealing her discovery and the escalating threats against her. Maeve, her face grim, confirmed Elara's suspicions. The Coven's enemies were far more powerful, more ancient, than she could have ever imagined. They were entities whose influence stretched across centuries, whose reach extended beyond Blackwood's borders. They sought to exploit the Coven's weakening power, to unravel the intricate web of protection they had woven around the town. Maeve offered Elara protection, but it was a protection that came with a price: complete submission to the Coven's will. Elara, her journalistic integrity battling with an overwhelming sense of self-preservation, was faced with an impossible choice. She could continue her investigation, risking not only her life but the safety of Blackwood itself, or she could surrender her autonomy, becoming a pawn in the Coven's game. The weight of this decision pressed down on her, the enormity of her situation sinking in. The lines between right and wrong blurred, the boundaries between investigation and participation becoming increasingly indistinct. Elara's decision was tested the following night. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness and exuding an aura of ancient malice, infiltrated her apartment. It was a being of pure shadow, its form shifting and unstable, its movements defying the laws of physics. The creature was clearly a harbinger of the greater forces arrayed against the Coven, sent to silence Elara before she could reveal their secrets. The attack was swift and brutal, a chaotic dance of shadow and light. Elara fought back, channeling the latent power she had discovered within herself, using the techniques taught to her by the Coven. The battle was fierce, the apartment transformed into a battleground between the natural and the supernatural. Furniture splintered, walls cracked, and the very air seemed to vibrate with the intensity of their struggle. Elara, drawing on a strength she didn't know she possessed, fought with the ferocity of a cornered animal. She managed to repel the creature, but not without sustaining injuries. The experience left her shaken, but it also reaffirmed her resolve. She couldn't surrender, not now, not when the stakes were so high. The Coven, sensing the escalating threat, prepared for a large-scale confrontation. They were not only facing powerful unseen entities but also the potential betrayal from within. Elara understood that her place, her role in this ancient conflict, was not simply that of an observer but of a crucial player. She would not be a pawn, she would be a warrior. The upcoming battle would determine not only the fate of the Blackwood Coven but the fate of Blackwood itself, and perhaps even the fragile balance between the mundane and the supernatural worlds. The journalist had become a vital part of the fight, her investigation now inextricably linked to the survival of the Coven, of the town, and perhaps of the world as she knew it. The line between reporter and participant had blurred into a dangerous, life-altering role. The fight had become personal. The escape was less a daring maneuver and more a desperate scramble. The ancient oak, once a symbol of sanctuary, now felt like a prison. The Coven, its members' faces etched with a mixture of fear and grim determination, had surrounded her, their eyes burning with an unsettling intensity. Maeve, her face a mask of sorrow and resolve, had tried to reason with her, to convince her of the futility of her actions. But Elara, fueled by adrenaline and the chilling realization of the Coven's true nature, had seen the truth behind their facade of benevolent guardianship, a truth far more sinister than she had ever imagined. The opportunity presented itself in the chaos of a sudden storm. A torrential downpour, an unusual event for this time of year, lashed against the ancient oak, its branches swaying wildly in the gale. The Coven's attention was momentarily diverted by the sudden onslaught of wind and rain, and in that brief lapse, Elara made her move. She slipped away, disappearing into the storm-racked darkness, the roar of the wind masking her footsteps. She fled through the rain-soaked streets of Blackwood, her lungs burning, her heart hammering against her ribs. The town, usually serene and quaint, now felt alien and menacing under the cloak of the storm. Every shadow seemed to conceal a lurking figure, every rustling leaf whispered threats. The fear, raw and visceral, was a constant companion, a chilling reminder of the danger she had left behind. Reaching the outskirts of Blackwood, she found a battered, old phone booth, a relic from a bygone era. Her hands, trembling, dialed the number of her editor, a gruff but fiercely loyal man who had always believed in her, even when others doubted. She poured out her story, her voice ragged, her words tumbling over one another in a torrent of fear and revelation. The details of the Blackwood Coven, their history of manipulation and dark rituals, the ancient evils they fought and the terrifying price they paid, spilled forth. She didn't hold back, omitting nothing. The truth, however horrifying, needed to be told. The ensuing days were a whirlwind. Her story, initially met with skepticism and disbelief, quickly gained traction. News outlets, drawn to the sensational nature of her account, amplified her revelations. The carefully constructed image of Blackwood, a peaceful, idyllic town, shattered, replaced by a chilling reality. The public's reaction was a mixture of horror, fascination, and disbelief. The backlash against the Blackwood Coven was swift and brutal. The community, once unified under the Coven's protective sway, fractured, divided by fear, suspicion, and a bitter sense of betrayal. Those who had benefited from the Coven's influence struggled to reconcile their past experiences with the shocking revelations. Others, those who had long suspected something amiss, felt a grim satisfaction, their suspicions validated. The Coven, exposed and vulnerable, retaliated. But they were fighting a battle they couldn't win. The force of public opinion, fueled by Elara's exposé, was too strong. Their dark rituals, once shrouded in secrecy, were now subject to the harsh glare of public scrutiny. The authorities, initially hesitant, launched a full-scale investigation. The ancient oak, the heart of their power, was seized. The Coven's hidden chambers, their repositories of dark magic and forbidden knowledge, were ransacked and their secrets laid bare. However, the fallout went far beyond Blackwood's borders. Elara's revelations ignited a global debate on the nature of witchcraft, on the line between folklore and reality. The very definition of evil was called into question, challenging the established order and unleashing a wave of moral panic. Some hailed her as a heroine, a courageous journalist who had exposed a dark secret and brought the Coven to justice. Others, those who believed in the power of the supernatural, saw her as a destroyer, a reckless individual who had disturbed a delicate balance, unleashing forces far beyond her comprehension. The repercussions were immediate and profound. Similar covens, operating in the shadows throughout the world, became targets of suspicion and investigation. Ancient practices, previously confined to whispered legends, were dragged into the harsh light of public scrutiny. The line between the mundane and the supernatural blurred as incidents of unexplained events surged, reinforcing the chilling reality of hidden magic and the ever-present threat of unseen forces. Elara, thrust into the limelight, found herself besieged by requests for interviews, her phone constantly ringing, her email inbox overflowing with messages from around the world. She became a reluctant symbol, a lightning rod for the debate raging around her. The weight of responsibility was immense, the pressure overwhelming. She had exposed a dark secret, but the consequences were far-reaching and unpredictable. The quiet life she once knew was gone, replaced by a life lived under constant scrutiny. The attacks, once subtle and menacing, escalated. She was followed, watched, her every move monitored. Threats, both implicit and explicit, arrived daily. The forces aligned against her, now emboldened by the exposure of the Blackwood Coven, sought not only to silence her, but to unravel the truth she had revealed. Her life, once dedicated to the pursuit of truth, had become a battle for survival. The exposure of the Coven had sparked something far larger than anyone could have anticipated. It was a global awakening, a dawning realization of the unseen forces that have always been present, lurking just beyond the veil of normalcy. The world, once comfortably secure in its materialistic reality, had been jolted by a chilling reminder of the power of the unseen. Elara, the journalist who had started it all, was now caught in the crossfire, a crucial witness to a new era, an era where the line between myth and reality was dangerously blurred. The consequences extended beyond the immediate fallout. Scientists began to investigate anomalies, previously dismissed as folklore or superstition, with renewed vigor. Psychologists grappled with the implications of mass hysteria and collective delusion, struggling to find explanations for the widespread reports of supernatural activity. The philosophical debates regarding the existence of magic, the nature of reality, and the boundaries of human knowledge raged on, dividing society into those who believed and those who scoffed. The legal battles were protracted and complex. The trials of the remaining Coven members, now charged with a myriad of crimes ranging from fraud to murder, became a media spectacle, watched by millions around the world. The evidence, both physical and anecdotal, was compelling, yet it also raised more questions than answers. The very nature of the Coven's power, the source of their influence, remained a mystery. In the aftermath, Elara struggled to reconcile her actions with their consequences. The desire for truth, once her guiding principle, now felt like a double-edged sword. She had exposed the Blackwood Coven, but in doing so, she had unleashed a force far greater than she could have imagined, a force that threatened to shatter the fragile foundations of reality itself. Her investigation had become a Pandora's box, unleashing a torrent of revelations and unleashing a new era of uncertainty and fear. The world, forever altered by her actions, would never be the same. Story 4, The Witch Hunter's Curse. The attic air hung thick with the scent of dust and decay, a fitting atmosphere for the discovery Elias Thorne was about to make. He'd inherited his great-great-grandfather's sprawling Victorian mansion, a Gothic monstrosity perched precariously on a windswept cliff overlooking the churning North Sea. The house itself was a character, its creaking floorboards and groaning timbers whispering secrets into the echoing silence. But it was the attic, a labyrinth of forgotten relics and shrouded furniture, that held the key to a family history far darker than Elias could have ever imagined. He'd spent weeks sifting through the detritus, a mountain of yellowed papers, moth-eaten tapestries, and forgotten trinkets. Most of it was junk, relics of a bygone era, but one particular chest, bound in iron and secured with a heavy, tarnished lock, had caught his attention. Its weight hinted at a significance far beyond its physical size. The iron felt cold to the touch, radiating a palpable sense of unease. Breaking the lock felt like a sacrilege, a violation of a long-held silence. Inside, nestled amongst faded velvet, he found it, a leather-bound journal, its pages brittle with age, the ink faded but still legible in places. The spine bore no title, only an intricate, unsettling carving of a stylized skull entwined with thorny vines. A shiver ran down Elias's spine as he opened the brittle pages. The journal belonged to his ancestor, Silas Thorne, a man whose name had been whispered in hushed tones through generations of his family. Silas was a witch hunter, a notorious figure in the annals of 17th century England, known for his ruthless efficiency and unwavering belief in the demonic forces he sought to eradicate. Elias had always dismissed the stories as folklore, dark family legends embellished over time, but the journal's contents revealed a far more horrifying truth. The script was elegant but chilling, detailing Silas's relentless pursuit of witches, not the stereotypical cackling hags of fairy tales, but ordinary women, often accused on flimsy pretenses. A bad harvest, a stillborn child, a sudden illness. Silas's descriptions were vivid, sickeningly detailed accounts of accusations, trials, and executions. He meticulously documented the methods of torture, the confessions extracted under duress, the gleeful accounts of burnings at the stake. The journal was more than a simple record of hunts, it was a descent into madness. Silas's writing became increasingly erratic, fueled by paranoia and an almost religious fervor. He claimed to be guided by divine intervention, to be chosen by God himself to rid the land of the devil's agents. His language grew increasingly self-righteous, his descriptions of his victims becoming more dehumanized with each passing entry. But what truly chilled Elias to the bone was the gradual shift in Silas's narrative. Initially, his focus was on the eradication of witches, but as the entries progressed, his obsession took on a more disturbing dimension. He began describing the rituals he performed, the use of arcane symbols and incantations, the supposed power he gained from his work. He spoke of communicating with entities he claimed were supernatural, entities who guided his actions and rewarded him with knowledge and power. One particular entry sent a wave of nausea through Elias. Silas described a ritual conducted under a blood-red moon, a ritual in which he consumed a potion brewed from the heart of a condemned witch. He described a surge of power, a feeling of invincibility, but also a creeping sense of corruption, a transformation that warped his body and soul. The journal's final entries were fragmented, scribbled in a frantic hand, the ink smeared and blotted. Silas spoke of voices, of visions, of a darkness that consumed him from the inside. He raved about a curse brought upon him by the spirits he'd hunted, a curse that would follow his bloodline for generations. Elias slammed the journal shut, his hands shaking uncontrollably. The chilling implications resonated within him, a stark contrast to the romanticized image of his ancestor he'd once held. Silas wasn't just a witch hunter, he was a monster, a man driven to madness by his obsession. And now, Elias realized, he was carrying the weight of his ancestors' sins, a dark legacy passed down through generations, a curse he might never be able to escape. The storm outside intensified, mirroring the tempest raging within him. The wind howled like a mournful spirit, rattling the windows and echoing the unsettling truth revealed within the ancient journal. Elias felt a chilling premonition, a sense that the darkness described within those yellowed pages was not confined to the past. It was alive, lurking in the shadows, waiting to claim its due. He knew he needed to understand the full extent of this curse, to unravel the secrets contained within the journal and determine how it affected his lineage. The chilling descriptions of Silas's victims, their pain, and their suffering weighed heavily on his conscience. This wasn't just a historical curiosity, it was a burden, a chilling inheritance. The journal mentioned several seemingly insignificant details, names of villages, dates of executions, and references to specific rituals that caught Elias's attention. He began to meticulously research these references, poring over historical records, dusty parish registers, and forgotten chronicles. Each detail he uncovered painted a more terrifying picture of Silas's atrocities and the insidious nature of the curse he'd apparently unleashed. He discovered that Silas hadn't just killed witches, he'd systematically destroyed evidence, intimidated witnesses, and corrupted local authorities to cover his tracks. His influence spread like a dark stain across the landscape, silencing dissent and establishing a reign of terror that went unchecked for years. As he dug deeper, Elias found accounts of unusual events connected to Silas's hunts, unexplained illnesses, sudden deaths, and disturbing occurrences, often described as supernatural phenomena. These reports were scattered and fragmented, tucked away in obscure archives and forgotten chronicles, yet they seemed to form a chilling pattern, a thread that linked Silas's deeds to a legacy of misfortune. Elias began to experience unsettling occurrences himself, unexplained chills, strange shadows flitting at the periphery of his vision, and a constant, unnerving sense of being watched. He found himself drawn to the old family mansion more than ever, inexplicably compelled to return to the place where the dark legacy began. The house, once merely a structure of wood and stone, now felt alive, its ancient timbers seeming to whisper secrets in the darkness. He felt a presence, a cold, malevolent entity lurking in the shadows, its chilling gaze fixed upon him. He slept fitfully, haunted by disturbing dreams, nightmares filled with shadowy figures, burning pyres, and the chilling screams of Silas's victims. He started to question his own sanity. Was this the curse taking hold? Or was it just the weight of the horrifying knowledge he'd uncovered, the psychological toll of confronting the dark side of his family history? The line between reality and hallucination blurred, each day adding to his growing unease. The deeper he delved into the truth, the more he realized the extent of Silas's crimes and the horrifying consequences of his actions. He was no longer just investigating his ancestors' past, he was battling a force that was as ancient as it was malevolent. The weight of his ancestors' sins was more than a personal burden, it was a threat to his very existence. He was caught in a struggle against a force that was far greater than himself, a dark legacy that refused to remain buried. The curse, if it was real, was not just a threat to his life, but a threat to his very soul. His research led him to a secluded monastery, a place where Silas had allegedly sought refuge in his final years, a place where he might have concealed more secrets. Armed with the information gleaned from the journal, Elias journeyed towards this ominous location, unaware of the chilling challenges that awaited him, challenges that threatened to push him to the precipice of sanity and beyond. His journey into the past was far from over, in fact, it was only just beginning. And the darkness, he was beginning to understand, was far more powerful and insidious than he could have ever imagined. The monastery stood silhouetted against the bruised twilight sky, a brooding presence perched atop a windswept hill. Its stone walls, weathered by centuries of storms, seemed to exude an aura of silent despair. Elias felt a chill deeper than the autumnal air as he approached, the weight of Silas Thorne's legacy pressing down on him like a physical burden. He had spent weeks preparing for this, poring over maps, deciphering cryptic clues from the journal, piecing together the fragmented narrative of his ancestors' final days. The monastery, St. Jude's, was a place of pilgrimage once, but now stood abandoned, a monument to forgotten faith and silenced prayers. Ivy clawed at its crumbling walls, its tendrils like skeletal fingers reaching out to embrace the decaying structure. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying vegetation, a palpable sense of abandonment clinging to the air. As Elias stepped through the rusted iron gates, a gust of wind howled through the ruins, carrying with it the whisper of forgotten voices. The silence inside was oppressive, a void punctuated only by the occasional creak of settling stone and the rustling of unseen creatures in the overgrown courtyard. He navigated through the skeletal remains of the building, his footsteps echoing eerily in the cavernous spaces. The journal had mentioned a hidden chamber, a secret repository where Silas had supposedly stored his most prized possessions, his darkest secrets. The search was arduous, a slow, painstaking process of sifting through debris, navigating collapsed corridors, and deciphering faded symbols etched into the crumbling walls. He found fragments of ancient texts, remnants of religious iconography twisted into grotesque parodies, and unsettling sketches that seemed to pulsate with a dark, malevolent energy. The atmosphere itself felt charged, as if the very stones of the monastery were imbued with a lingering sense of dread. Then, in the heart of the ruins, he found it, a hidden passage, concealed behind a loose section of masonry. He pushed aside the stones, revealing a narrow, dimly lit tunnel that descended into the earth. A wave of icy air washed over him, carrying with it the unmistakable scent of decay and something else, something indefinably sinister. The tunnel was claustrophobic, the air thick with the smell of mildew and damp earth. Elias clutched his lantern, its flickering light casting grotesque shadows on the uneven walls. As he descended, the silence intensified, replaced by a low, guttural hum that vibrated in his chest. He felt a growing sense of unease, a primal fear that transcended logic and reason. He finally reached the end of the tunnel, emerging into a vast, subterranean chamber. The space was circular, its walls lined with shelves filled with dusty tomes, archaic instruments, and disturbing artifacts. In the center of the chamber stood a stone altar, adorned with symbols that mirrored those he'd seen etched into the monastery walls. The air hung heavy with an oppressive weight, the silence broken only by the rhythmic drip of water echoing through the chamber. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light, he noticed something else, a series of intricate carvings on the altar, depicting scenes of horrific violence and arcane rituals. He recognized the symbols from the journal, symbols Silas had described in his final, frantic entries. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him, a cold dread gripping his heart. Suddenly, the air grew frigid, the temperature plummeting dramatically. The lantern flickered, its light wavering precariously before dimming and plunging the chamber into darkness. Elias gasped, his heart pounding in his chest. He fumbled for his lighter, striking it repeatedly until a small, hesitant flame ignited. In the weak light, he saw them, shadowy figures coalescing at the periphery of his vision, their forms indistinct but their presence undeniably malevolent. He felt a cold breath on his neck, a sinister whisper brushing against his ear. The voices were indistinct, a chorus of whispers, a cacophony of tortured cries, the screams of Silas's victims echoing through the centuries. The figures began to coalesce, their forms taking shape, their features twisted into expressions of unimaginable rage and despair. He was surrounded, encircled by the manifestations of his ancestors' sins, the spectral remnants of his victims, their tormented spirits clawing at his soul. He stumbled backward, his legs weak, his mind reeling from the sheer terror of the moment. He tried to scream, but the sound caught in his throat, stifled by the overwhelming dread. The visions intensified, a maelstrom of horrific images flooding his consciousness, burning pyres, instruments of torture, the ghastly faces of the condemned, their eyes filled with agony and despair. The weight of Silas's crimes bore down on him, crushing his spirit, threatening to shatter his sanity. He fell to his knees, the lighter slipping from his trembling fingers, extinguishing the last flicker of hope. He was engulfed in darkness, the chilling whispers surrounding him, their icy touch stealing the warmth from his body, the very life from his soul. The curse, he knew, was real. It wasn't just a family legend, a dark tale passed down through generations. It was a tangible force, a malevolent entity fueled by Silas's atrocities, a vengeful spirit demanding retribution. He was trapped, consumed by the darkness of his ancestors' past, a prisoner in the chilling legacy of the witch hunter's curse. He didn't know how long he remained there, lost in the suffocating darkness, surrounded by the spectral horrors of his ancestors' deeds. Time seemed to lose all meaning, the only constant being the chilling whispers that clawed at his sanity. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the vision ceased. The darkness receded, leaving him alone in the oppressive silence of the subterranean chamber. His body ached, his mind reeling. He had glimpsed the abyss, stared into the heart of the curse, and lived to tell the tale, a terrifying testament to the destructive power of unchecked obsession. He rose to his feet, his legs trembling, his spirit broken but his resolve unbroken. He had to escape, to find a way to break the curse, to atone for the sins of his ancestor, even if it meant confronting the darkest depths of his own being. The journey, far from over, had only just begun its terrifying ascent. He had to find a way to break the cycle of violence and suffering before he, too, became a victim of the witch hunter's curse. Elias stumbled through the chamber, the lingering chill clinging to him like a shroud. The spectral horrors had vanished, leaving behind only an unnerving silence and the heavy scent of decay. He clutched the cold stone of the altar, the carvings still vivid in his mind, scenes of unspeakable brutality, of innocent lives extinguished under the guise of righteous fury. Silas Thorne, his ancestor, the zealous witch hunter, had been a man consumed by his own twisted sense of justice, a man who had traded empathy for fanaticism, compassion for cruelty. The weight of his ancestors' actions pressed down on Elias with crushing force. He had always known the stories, the whispered legends of Silas Thorne and his relentless pursuit of witches, but until this night, they had been little more than family lore, dark tales spun to frighten children. Now, facing the tangible manifestation of Silas's sins, the spectral echoes of his victims, Elias understood the true depth of his ancestors' depravity. The stories weren't just stories, they were horrifying truths, etched in the very fabric of their family's history, a legacy stained with blood and shadowed by regret. He ran a trembling hand over the cold stone of the altar, tracing the intricate carvings, each one a testament to a life brutally stolen. The symbols, once merely curious markings in his ancestors' journal, now spoke to him with chilling clarity, a silent language of suffering and despair. He felt a profound sense of shame, a burden of inherited guilt that threatened to consume him. He was not just a descendant of Silas Thorne, he was the inheritor of his sins, a silent accomplice in the atrocities committed centuries ago. The moral implications of Silas's actions weighed heavily on Elias. He had been raised in a world of unwavering faith, a world where good and evil were clearly defined, where the righteous triumphed over the wicked. But the night's events had shattered that simplistic worldview, revealing the moral ambiguity that often cloaked even the most pious of pursuits. Silas, in his unwavering pursuit of justice, had become a monster himself, blurring the lines between hunter and hunted, judge and executioner. His actions, once lauded as acts of faith, now appeared as nothing more than acts of blind, vengeful rage. Elias found himself questioning everything he had ever believed. His own faith, once a steadfast anchor in his life, now felt fragile, its foundations shaken by the revelation of his ancestors' dark deeds. The unwavering conviction that had guided Silas Thorne, the belief that justified his brutal acts, seemed to Elias now to be a dangerous form of self-righteousness, a corrosive ideology that had led to unspeakable suffering. The line between justice and cruelty, once clear, now seemed blurred, indistinct, a moral labyrinth with no easy answers. He had been taught to see the world in black and white, but the shadows in the monastery had revealed a world painted in shades of gray. The victims of Silas's cruelty, once relegated to the fringes of history, now stood before Elias as chilling reminders of the human cost of unchecked zeal. Their spectral forms, their anguished cries, haunted him, a constant reminder of the consequences of blind faith and unchecked power. He spent hours in the subterranean chamber, poring over the ancient texts and artifacts, trying to understand the motives behind Silas's actions, to find some shred of justification, some mitigating factor that could ease the crushing weight of guilt. He found nothing. The journal entries, filled with chilling accounts of hunts and executions, revealed only a man consumed by his own obsession, a man who had lost his humanity in his relentless pursuit of a perceived evil. The ancient texts, filled with arcane symbols and disturbing rituals, offered no solace, only a deeper understanding of the dark magic that had consumed Silas and his contemporaries. He examined the archaic instruments, tools of torture and manipulation, each one a chilling testament to the brutality of the witch hunts. The more he learned, the more horrified he became, the deeper he sank into the mire of his ancestors' sins. He realized that the curse wasn't just a supernatural phenomenon, it was the manifestation of collective guilt, a spectral echo of the atrocities committed in the name of religious zeal. The spirits he had encountered were not mere figments of his imagination, they were the tormented souls of Silas's victims, their cries for justice reverberating through time, a haunting testament to the enduring power of human suffering. The weight of history, he realized, was far heavier than he had ever imagined. It was not merely a matter of family lineage, it was a burden shared by all who had participated in or benefited from the persecution of innocent people. The witch hunts were a stain on humanity, a dark chapter that had left an indelible mark on the world. And Elias, as a descendant of one of its most notorious perpetrators, felt the sting of that shame keenly. His own belief system was irrevocably altered. He could no longer cling to the simple morality of his upbringing. The world was more complex, more nuanced than he had ever realized. He had to confront the difficult truths about his family's past, acknowledge the wrongs committed, and seek a path towards redemption, not just for himself but for the victims of his ancestors' cruelty. Leaving the subterranean chamber, Elias felt as though he was carrying the weight of centuries on his shoulders. The physical journey out of the monastery was arduous, but the emotional journey was far more challenging. He had confronted the darkness within his family's history and faced the monstrous legacy of the witch hunter's curse. He emerged from the ruins not just with knowledge of his ancestors' sins, but with a profound understanding of the consequences of unchecked faith and the enduring power of human suffering. His path forward was uncertain, but one thing was clear: he would seek atonement for the atrocities committed in the name of his family, even if it meant confronting the darkest aspects of himself. The quest for redemption was only just beginning, a daunting journey filled with untold perils and the lingering specter of Silas Thorne's curse. He had to find a way to break free from this legacy of violence, to ensure that the horrors of the past would never repeat themselves. The weight of history remained heavy and inescapable, but Elias was determined to find a way to carry it without being crushed beneath its burden. The monastery air, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying stone, felt less oppressive now, though the chill remained. Elias emerged into the pale light of dawn, the rising sun casting long shadows across the ravaged landscape. He was changed, irrevocably altered by his encounter with the spectral horrors in the subterranean chamber. The weight of Silas Thorne's legacy, once a distant whisper, now pressed upon him with the force of a physical burden. He carried the sins of his ancestor, not just as a familial inheritance, but as a personal responsibility. Breaking the curse wasn't merely a matter of dispelling a supernatural affliction. It was a quest for atonement, a pilgrimage of repentance for the atrocities committed in the name of faith. His first step was to understand. He returned to the village, a cluster of weathered houses clinging to the hillside like barnacles on a rock. He sought out the oldest residents, the keepers of the village's oral history, the silent witnesses to generations of whispered tales and hushed secrets. Their accounts, fragmented and sometimes contradictory, painted a grim picture of Silas Thorne's reign of terror. He wasn't merely a zealous witch hunter. He was a man consumed by a fanatical righteousness, a man who saw heresy in every shadow, witchcraft in every unusual occurrence. The villagers recounted stories of his brutal methods, of accusations made without evidence, of confessions extracted through torture, of lives destroyed by unfounded accusations and prejudiced beliefs. Elias listened patiently, his heart heavy with each grim detail. He learned of the families torn apart, the livelihoods destroyed, the lives extinguished under the guise of righteous fury. He learned of the unspoken fear that clung to the village, a fear that persisted even centuries after Silas Thorne's death. The curse, they explained, wasn't simply a supernatural consequence. It was a manifestation of collective trauma, a spectral echo of the violence and injustice that had been inflicted upon their ancestors. The spectral apparitions weren't just vengeful spirits, they were the tormented souls of the innocent, their cries for justice still echoing through time. His research extended beyond the village. He delved into historical archives, painstakingly piecing together the fragments of Silas Thorne's life. He found official records, meticulously detailing the witch hunts conducted under his command, records that glossed over the brutality, framing them as necessary evils in the fight against the devil. He also uncovered unofficial accounts, hidden away in dusty corners of libraries, detailing the true horrors inflicted upon Silas's victims, accounts that painted a starkly different picture. These accounts, raw and unflinching, revealed the depth of Silas's cruelty, the casual disregard for human life that fueled his murderous obsession. The journey was not just a geographical one, it was a descent into the darkest corners of his family's past. He found himself confronting the uncomfortable truth that his ancestors had not only tolerated but actively participated in the persecution of innocent people. Their complicity, however silent or passive, fueled the cycle of violence and fueled the very curse he now sought to break. Elias's investigation uncovered a disturbing pattern. The victims of Silas's hunts weren't just random villagers. They were often individuals who challenged the established social order, women who possessed independent minds or unusual skills, people who simply dared to be different. He found evidence suggesting that Silas Thorne's zeal was not solely religiously motivated, it was also fueled by his ambition and a thirst for power. His hunts served not just to cleanse the village of perceived evil but to eliminate his rivals, to solidify his own dominance within the community. The realization chilled him to the bone. His ancestor was not just a misguided fanatic, he was a tyrant, using the guise of religion to achieve his own selfish goals. This understanding added another layer to the burden of guilt he carried. He was not only atoning for the sins of religious fanaticism, but also for the sins of unchecked ambition and the abuse of power. Breaking the curse, he realized, would require more than just a ritual or a spell. It would require a fundamental shift in perspective, a reevaluation of the very values and beliefs that had fueled his ancestors' actions. He had to challenge the narrative of good versus evil that had been ingrained in his family's history, to acknowledge the shades of gray, the moral complexities that had been conveniently ignored for centuries. His journey led him to a hidden grove, deep within the forest, a place shrouded in myth and legend. According to ancient texts, it was a sacred site, a place of power where the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred. It was said that the spirits of Silas Thorne's victims gathered here, their collective sorrow creating a vortex of negative energy, the very essence of the curse. Elias arrived at the grove at twilight, the air heavy with an unnatural stillness. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches gnarled and skeletal, like the arms of the damned. He sensed the presence of the spirits, felt the cold weight of their anguish pressing down upon him. He wasn't afraid, however. The fear had been replaced by a profound sense of responsibility, a solemn determination to make amends for the wrongs committed by his ancestors. He spent the night in the grove, not in prayer or ritual, but in reflection. He spoke to the spirits, not with incantations or spells, but with words of sorrow, of remorse, and of a heartfelt commitment to break the cycle of violence and hatred. He acknowledged the injustice inflicted upon them, the suffering endured at the hands of his ancestor. He didn't seek forgiveness, he sought understanding, a reconciliation that transcended the realm of the supernatural and entered the realm of human empathy. As dawn broke, a palpable shift occurred. The oppressive weight lifted, the cold air warmed slightly. The trees seemed to straighten, their branches no longer reaching out like grasping claws. The spirits, he felt, weren't gone, they were at peace. The curse wasn't broken by magic or incantation, it was broken by acknowledgement, by repentance, by a commitment to remember and to learn from the mistakes of the past. Elias's journey was far from over. The atonement wouldn't be immediate or complete. The weight of history remained, a burden he would carry for the rest of his life. But he had taken the first step, a step of profound significance. He had confronted the darkness within his family's past, acknowledged the atrocities committed in the name of religion, and embraced the responsibility to break the cycle of violence that had haunted his family for centuries. His quest for redemption was ongoing, a lifelong commitment to ensure that the horrors of the witch hunter's curse would never again cast their shadow upon the land. The path forward was uncertain, but Elias was no longer walking alone. He was walking with the memory of the victims, their silent witness, a constant reminder of the cost of unchecked faith and the enduring power of human suffering. He was determined to carry that weight, to honor their memories, and to build a future where such horrors would never be repeated. The weight of Silas Thorne's legacy, however, did not vanish with the morning sun. It remained, a persistent ache in Elias's chest, a constant reminder of the generations of suffering his family had inflicted and perpetuated. The spectral figures in the grove had found a measure of peace, their anguished cries finally stilled, but Elias knew that true redemption was not a singular event, a sudden breaking of a curse, but a continuous process, a lifelong commitment to atoning for the past. His next steps led him to the village archives, not the official records, but the hidden repositories of local lore and forgotten histories. He spent weeks poring over crumbling parchments, deciphering faded ink and deciphering the cryptic symbols of long-dead scribes. He uncovered details of lives lost, lives stifled by fear and superstition, lives extinguished under the false banner of piety. He found names, forgotten names, women healers, herbalists, midwives, accused of witchcraft because their knowledge and practices lay outside the rigid dogma of the established church. Men ostracized for their independent thought, for challenging the power structures that Silas Thorne so zealously defended. He meticulously documented their stories, piecing together the fragments of their lives from scattered clues, from whispered anecdotes passed down through generations. He sought out their descendants, many of whom still bore the silent scars of their ancestors' persecution. He listened to their stories, their voices trembling with a mixture of grief and anger, yet tempered by the passage of time and the slow erosion of bitterness. They shared family heirlooms, a tarnished silver locket, a worn leather-bound book of remedies, a faded piece of embroidery, tangible remnants of lives brutally cut short. These objects, imbued with a potent blend of sorrow and resilience, became crucial components in Elias's quest for redemption. He began to create a memorial, not a grand monument, but a quiet space for remembrance, a sanctuary where the stories of the victims could finally be heard and their memories honored. He gathered stones from the grove, each one representing a life lost, and arranged them in a circle, creating a symbolic space of mourning and reconciliation. He inscribed the names he found in the archives onto each stone, a painstaking process that brought him face to face with the human cost of his ancestors' actions. He found himself drawn to the narratives of the women, their stories resonating deeply within him. Silas Thorne had systematically targeted them, accusing them of witchcraft for reasons as flimsy as their unconventional wisdom or independent spirits. He realized the horrifying extent of misogyny that fueled the witch hunts, a misogynistic undercurrent that ran deeper than religious zealotry. His work evolved from a quest to break a curse into a fight for historical justice, for recognition of the women his ancestor had persecuted and silenced. His efforts were not without resistance. Some villagers, clinging to the established narratives, viewed his work with suspicion, whispering dark rumors about the descendant of Silas Thorne meddling in matters best left undisturbed. Others, emboldened by Elias's willingness to confront the past, shared their own family secrets, their hidden stories of suffering and resilience. He became a catalyst, a facilitator of healing, both individual and communal. He organized community gatherings, sharing his findings and encouraging dialogue. He facilitated workshops where villagers could share their stories, their grief, and their anger. He became a bridge, connecting the past with the present, the wounds of history with the possibilities of healing. He worked with local historians and archivists to ensure that the stories of the victims were accurately documented and preserved for future generations. He created a permanent exhibition within the village museum, a poignant testament to the resilience of the community and a solemn reminder of the dangers of religious extremism and unchecked power. Elias's journey wasn't just about acknowledging the past, it was also about building a future where such atrocities would never again occur. He established a scholarship fund for young women aspiring to pursue higher education in the sciences and the arts, fields from which they were historically excluded. He championed initiatives to improve healthcare and education in the region, aiming to break the cycles of poverty and inequality that had made the villagers vulnerable to Silas Thorne's persecution. The physical manifestation of the curse, the spectral apparitions, had faded, but the emotional scars remained, etched deep within the collective memory of the village. He understood that true healing required not only confronting the past, but also creating a future where such horrors would never again darken the lives of the innocent. He realized the curse was not simply a supernatural affliction, it was a societal disease, fueled by fear, ignorance, and the abuse of power. His work became his life's purpose, his redemption and never-ending quest. He traveled extensively, giving lectures and presentations on the historical context of witch hunts, the dangers of religious extremism, and the importance of acknowledging historical injustices. His efforts expanded beyond the small village, reaching into national and international circles, gaining support from historians, sociologists, and human rights activists. He became a vocal advocate for victims of persecution, his voice a potent counterpoint to the voices of hatred and intolerance that still echoed in the world. The village, once haunted by the specters of the past, began to thrive. The air grew lighter, the shadows less menacing. The curse, in its literal form, was gone, but the weight of history, the memory of the victims, remained a powerful reminder of the importance of empathy, justice, and the ongoing struggle for human rights. Elias's efforts were not solely about his family's redemption, but about the collective healing of a community, a village scarred by centuries of fear and injustice. He had discovered that true atonement lay not just in breaking a supernatural curse, but in building a future where such horrors would never be repeated. The path ahead was still challenging, but Elias walked it with a renewed purpose, carrying the weight of history not as a burden, but as a testament to the enduring strength of human resilience and the transformative power of empathy. He was a living testament to the profound understanding that true redemption is a journey, not a destination, and that the memory of the past should serve as a beacon, illuminating the path towards a more just and compassionate future. Story 5: The Haunted Graveyard. The biting wind whipped around them, a mournful howl that seemed to echo the graveyard's own desolate sighs. Rain lashed down, blurring the already indistinct shapes of the ancient headstones into ghostly silhouettes against the inky blackness. Liam, ever the pragmatist, pulled his hood tighter, the flimsy fabric offering little protection against the elements. "Are you sure about this, Chloe?" he muttered, his voice barely audible above the storm's fury. Chloe, however, seemed undeterred. Her eyes, usually sparkling with mischief, now held a glint of something wilder, something akin to reckless abandon. "Of course, I'm sure," she replied, her voice surprisingly steady. "It's not every day you get to explore a graveyard with a reputation like Blackwood's." Behind her, Maya clutched a battered flashlight, its beam dancing nervously across the rain-slicked ground. Ben, the self-proclaimed skeptic of the group, trailed behind, his skepticism thinly veiled by a palpable unease. Blackwood Graveyard wasn't just any graveyard, it was steeped in local legend, a repository of whispered tales and unsettling rumors. Stories circulated about restless spirits, unexplained phenomena, and a palpable sense of dread that clung to the air like a shroud. The villagers avoided it after dusk, their superstitious whispers painting a picture of a place where the veil between worlds was thin, a place where the dead refused to stay buried. As they ventured deeper into the graveyard, the oppressive atmosphere intensified. The wind seemed to pick up speed, swirling around them in chilling gusts, as if trying to push them back. The rain hammered down relentlessly, turning the ground into a treacherous mire. Each step crunched on loose gravel and damp earth, the sound amplified in the eerie silence between the raindrops. The only illumination came from Maya's flickering flashlight, its beam casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and twist like living things. The headstones, weathered and worn by time, stood like silent sentinels, each bearing its own silent story. Some were barely legible, their inscriptions eroded by centuries of rain and wind, their names lost to the mists of time. Others were more recent, their polished granite reflecting the faint light of Maya's flashlight, the stark contrast highlighting the stark reality of mortality. Chloe, ever the intrepid explorer, stopped before a particularly imposing headstone, its intricate carvings barely visible in the darkness. She traced the faded lettering with her finger, whispering the name aloud, Alara Blackwood. 1788. A sudden gust of wind sent a shiver down their spines, causing the flashlight to dip, plunging them into momentary darkness. When Maya righted the beam, a chilling sight met their eyes. A figure, vague and indistinct, seemed to materialize from the swirling mist, its form fleeting and ethereal. Liam let out a gasp, his hand instinctively reaching for Chloe's. Ben, despite his skepticism, paled visibly. Only Maya, ever the rational one, remained relatively calm. "It's just a mist," she said, her voice a touch shaky, a trick of the light. But even she couldn't completely suppress the tremor in her voice. The figure, whatever it was, receded back into the darkness as quickly as it appeared, leaving behind only an unsettling silence and the lingering feeling of something unseen watching them. They pressed on, their pace quickening, a palpable sense of urgency replacing their initial bravado. The graveyard seemed to close in on them, the oppressive atmosphere intensifying with every step. The closer they got to the center of the graveyard, the more the ancient stones seemed to bristle with an unnatural energy, a palpable sense of unease. They came across a section of the graveyard that appeared older, more dilapidated than the rest, a place where nature seemed to have reclaimed the land, vines and moss creeping over the weathered stones. The headstones were smaller, simpler, almost anonymous, their inscriptions long since obliterated by time. The air here felt colder, heavier, laden with an almost tangible sense of sorrow and despair. Suddenly, Maya's flashlight sputtered and died, plunging them into complete darkness. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the relentless drumming of the rain and the frantic beating of their hearts. They were surrounded by the unseen, enveloped by the cold breath of the night. Liam fumbled for his own flashlight, its beam weak and shaky, casting only a small circle of light in the enveloping gloom. In the weak light, they saw it, a faint, shimmering glow emanating from beneath one of the smaller headstones. Cautiously, Chloe approached, her heart pounding in her chest. She knelt down, her fingers brushing against the cold, damp stone. As she reached out, a cold tendril of air snaked around her arm, causing her to recoil with a gasp. The glow intensified, pulsing with an eerie rhythm. From beneath the headstone, a low humming sound emanated, a vibration that seemed to resonate deep within their bones. They stared at each other, speechless, their faces illuminated by the unearthly light. The atmosphere felt charged, thick with an energy that was both terrifying and strangely captivating. As they watched, the headstone began to tremble, the earth beneath it heaving with unseen force. A crack appeared, spider-webbing across the surface of the stone, before shattering with a sharp crack. From the fissure, a spectral hand emerged, its pale fingers reaching out as if beckoning them closer. Panic seized them. Liam grabbed Chloe's arm, pulling her back. They stumbled backwards, their hearts pounding, their breath caught in their throats. The spectral hand retracted, disappearing back into the darkness as quickly as it had appeared. The earth settled, the silence returning, broken only by the sound of rain and the ragged breaths of the four friends. They didn't speak, but they knew, with a chilling certainty, that they had witnessed something profoundly unsettling, something that defied explanation. They turned and fled, their earlier bravado replaced with a bone-deep terror. They ran through the rain-soaked graveyard, their only desire to escape the chilling presence that seemed to cling to them, the oppressive weight of Blackwood's dark secrets pressing down on them. They never looked back. The storm raged on as they stumbled out of the graveyard, the rain washing over them, a cleansing but ultimately futile attempt to remove the chill that had settled in their bones. The shared experience had forged a bond between them, a silent understanding that transcended words. They had dared to trespass into the realm of the unseen, and the experience left them forever changed. Blackwood Graveyard remained, a silent testament to the dark mysteries that lie hidden beneath the surface, a constant reminder of the secrets the earth holds, and the shadows that dance in the rain-swept night. The chilling encounter lingered in their minds, the haunting images replaying themselves like a twisted film reel in the darkness of their memories. The night had etched itself into their consciousness, a shared trauma that bound them together, a testament to the power of the unknown. They had faced their fears, their courage tested to its limits, and emerged shaken but somehow stronger, forever marked by their nighttime exploration of Blackwood Graveyard. The storm eventually subsided, but the storm within their hearts raged on, a relentless reminder of the night they dared to cross the threshold into the land of shadows and whispers. The memories lingered, a spectral presence that would follow them long after the rain had stopped, a reminder of the night they confronted the chilling reality of Blackwood's haunted secrets. Their escape from the immediate vicinity of the shattered headstone offered no respite from the palpable dread. The graveyard, previously a landscape of individual terrors, now felt like a single, malevolent entity, its every corner whispering secrets in the wind. The rain continued its relentless assault, transforming the already treacherous ground into a treacherous mire, each step a gamble against slipping into the muddy depths. As they stumbled onward, a new sound pierced the storm's roar, a low, mournful chanting, seemingly emanating from the heart of the graveyard. It was a chilling melody, ancient and sorrowful, weaving its way through the wind and the rain, resonating deep within their bones. It was a sound that spoke of ages past, of untold suffering, of souls trapped in an endless cycle of torment. The chanting grew louder, closer, pushing them forward, urging them towards its source. Drawn by a morbid curiosity that warred with their primal fear, they found themselves at the center of the graveyard, a space that seemed both older and more desolate than the surrounding area. Here, the headstones were smaller, more worn, their inscriptions almost entirely obliterated. The earth itself seemed to sag, as if burdened by the weight of centuries of sorrow. The chanting grew louder still, accompanied by the rhythmic thudding of something heavy, something dragging across the ground. Liam, ever the pragmatist, tried to rationalize the sounds, attributing them to the wind or some trick of the ear. But even he couldn't deny the rising tide of fear that threatened to overwhelm them. The chanting seemed to amplify their own anxieties, their own unspoken fears finding voice in the haunting melody. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the swirling mist, a tall, skeletal form shrouded in tattered, decaying robes. Its face was hidden in shadow, but its elongated arms reached out, its fingers long and bony, twitching with unnatural movements. The figure moved with an unnatural grace, gliding across the ground, leaving no trace of its passage on the muddied earth. It moved with a purpose, its eyes focused on them, drawn to their presence like a moth to a flame. The figure raised a skeletal hand, and a spectral light erupted from its fingertips, painting the surrounding headstones with an eerie, pulsating glow. The chanting intensified, becoming a guttural roar that echoed through the graveyard, the rhythmic thudding now clearly audible, the sound of dragging footsteps approaching them with alarming speed. Fear seized them, a cold, paralyzing dread that froze them to the spot. Chloe, despite her initial bravado, whimpered, her eyes wide with terror. Maya, her composure shattered, clutched her dead flashlight, trembling violently. Ben, his skepticism abandoned, backed away slowly, his eyes darting nervously between the figure and his companions. Only Liam seemed to retain a semblance of control, his fear battling with a grim determination to face the unknown. As the figure neared, the ground beneath them trembled, the earth heaving like a living thing. The air grew thick and heavy, a suffocating pressure that constricted their lungs and weighed down their hearts. The spectral light intensified, bathing them in its unearthly glow, the shadows around them swirling and twisting like restless spirits. The figure stopped before them, its skeletal form towering over them, its presence overwhelming. The chanting subsided, replaced by a chilling silence, a silence so profound that it was almost deafening. The figure lifted its head, its face still shrouded in shadow, but its eyes, burning with an unnatural intensity, were visible, twin points of cold, malevolent light. Then, in a voice that echoed the ancient sorrow of the chanting, the figure spoke. Its voice was a raspy whisper, barely audible above the relentless rain, yet it managed to penetrate their deepest fears. "You have trespassed," it rasped, "upon hallowed ground. You have disturbed the rest of the departed. Now, you must pay the price." The ground beneath them buckled, the earth opening up into a gaping chasm, the spectral light seeping into the darkness below. The figure extended its bony arm, its fingers beckoning, urging them into the abyss. A bone-chilling wind swept through the graveyard, carrying with it the scent of decaying flesh and the chilling whisper of forgotten names. Liam, rallying his courage, pulled Chloe, Maya, and Ben away, pulling them back from the edge of the chasm. They stumbled backward, their eyes glued to the figure as it slowly receded into the darkness, its spectral light fading, the chanting fading, the footsteps vanishing into the depths of the earth. They ran. They didn't stop running until they reached the gates of the graveyard, their lungs burning, their legs aching, their minds reeling from the horror they had witnessed. They never looked back, leaving Blackwood Graveyard and its haunting secrets behind them, its chilling legacy forever etched into their souls. The experience left them shaken, their bravado replaced by a deep, abiding fear. The nights that followed were filled with nightmares, the images of the skeletal figure, the gaping chasm, and the haunting chanting replaying themselves in their minds. They sought solace in each other's company, their shared trauma forging a bond that was as strong as it was horrifying. Their encounter with the supernatural in Blackwood Graveyard was a chilling testament to the mysteries that lurk in the shadows, a reminder that some doors are best left unopened, some secrets best left undisturbed. The rain-swept graveyard, with its ancient stones and restless spirits, became a haunting symbol of the unknown, a stark reminder of the thin veil that separates the living from the dead. The experience changed them, marking them indelibly, leaving them forever bound by the shared terror of that night in the haunted graveyard. The memory, like a persistent specter, would continue to haunt them, a chilling reminder of the night they ventured too deep into the darkness. The echoes of the chanting, the spectral light, the skeletal figure, these images would remain, haunting fragments of a terrifying encounter that would continue to shape their lives long after the rain stopped falling on Blackwood Graveyard. The chilling whispers of the graveyard would forever resonate within their hearts, a lingering echo of a night that tested their courage and forever altered their perception of the world. The chilling silence that followed the figure's disappearance was broken only by the relentless drumming of the rain against their coats and the frantic thumping of their own hearts. Liam, his mind racing to make sense of the impossible, noticed something amidst the chaos, a weathered, almost illegible stone, half buried in the mud near where the chasm had opened. He knelt, ignoring the slick mud clinging to his trousers, and carefully brushed away the debris. The inscription, barely visible under layers of grime and time, spoke of Alara Blackwood, a name that resonated with an unsettling familiarity. Further investigation revealed other stones with similar inscriptions, a collection of Blackwoods, each with a cryptic symbol carved beneath their names, a twisted pentagram, subtly different from any they'd seen before. A shiver ran down Chloe's spine. This wasn't just a graveyard, it was a Blackwood family burial ground, and the symbols suggested something far more sinister than simple death. The rain seemed to intensify, mirroring the growing unease in their hearts. Liam, fueled by a morbid curiosity now tinged with genuine fear, began to piece together the fragments of information gleaned from the worn stones. He discovered that the Blackwoods were not just a prominent family in the area, they were intimately linked to the town's darkest legends. Whispers spoke of a coven, powerful and ancient, its roots entwined with the very soil of Blackwood Graveyard. Tales of sacrifices, dark rituals, and unnatural powers ran rampant in the surrounding town, tales previously dismissed as local superstition, but now chillingly real. The story of Alara Blackwood, according to the most fragmented inscription, was the most disturbing. She was portrayed not as a victim, but as the coven's leader, a woman of immense power and terrifying ruthlessness. The accounts were vague, relying heavily on folklore and rumors, but they hinted at a reign of terror, fueled by dark magic and an insatiable thirst for power. Her death, according to one nearly obliterated inscription, was neither peaceful nor natural, but a violent end, orchestrated by forces within the very coven she led. The precise circumstances remain shrouded in mystery, however, lost to the ravages of time and intentional obfuscation. They uncovered further unsettling details as they continued to decipher the eroded stones. The symbols, originally dismissed as mere ornamentation, proved to be a complex system of markings, each one meticulously researched revealing connections to ancient Celtic witchcraft. These symbols hinted at the ceremonies performed within the graveyard's boundaries, the sacrifices offered to appease the ancient entities the Blackwoods had served. They unearthed tales of murders, some seemingly ritualistic, others motivated by personal vendettas, yet all connected in some disturbing fashion to the Blackwood family and the surrounding area. A pattern emerged, a chilling web of death and dark magic woven through generations. One particularly disturbing inscription detailed the tale of a young woman named Aisling, sacrificed at the height of the coven's power. Her grave, marked by a stone almost entirely consumed by the elements, was positioned at the precise center of the graveyard, a disturbing focal point for the darker energies radiating from the area. The inscription spoke of a ritual, a desperate attempt to stave off some impending doom, but the details were fragmented, leaving more questions than answers. The rain continued its relentless assault, turning the graveyard into a treacherous swamp. As they moved from one headstone to another, they were acutely aware of the weight of centuries of sorrow pressing down upon them, the chilling whispers of the departed weaving through the wind. They stumbled upon a smaller section of the graveyard, more ancient and desolate than the rest, where the headstones were smaller, almost completely worn away, their inscriptions barely discernible. This section, they learned through diligent research, held the remains of the earliest Blackwoods, those who had originally established the coven. The air in this older section felt colder, heavier, as if burdened by the weight of untold atrocities. A strange energy hung in the air, a palpable sense of unease that went beyond the typical chills of a graveyard at night. Liam felt a prickling sensation on his skin, a feeling of being watched, of being judged by unseen eyes. Chloe, ever the skeptic, insisted it was merely a product of their fear, but even she couldn't deny the unsettling atmosphere hanging heavy in the air. As the night wore on, the rain began to subside, but the dark clouds remained, casting a perpetual twilight over the graveyard. They discovered a hidden pathway, barely visible under a thick carpet of moss, leading towards a crumbling structure partially hidden amongst the ancient trees at the graveyard's edge. It resembled a small, ruined chapel, its walls overgrown with ivy, its windows long shattered, the remains of a stone altar barely visible within the dilapidated structure. They cautiously approached the chapel, a mixture of dread and morbid curiosity pulling them forward. The air here was thick with an almost palpable sense of evil, the silence broken only by the drip 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 of water seeping from the decaying roof. They found remnants of old rituals within the chapel, scattered bones, strange symbols carved into the stone walls, and the remnants of dried herbs and flowers, suggesting ancient spells had been cast within these very walls. The discovery of the chapel was the final piece of the puzzle. It revealed the extent of the Coven's dark practices, the horrifying rituals that had taken place within the graveyard's sacred grounds. It explained the haunting chanting, the spectral light, and the chilling presence of the skeletal figure, which they now realized was some form of guardian or protector of the Blackwood legacy and its darkest secrets. The graveyard wasn't just haunted, it was actively malevolent, a place of immense power, where the living and the dead remained inextricably intertwined. As the first rays of dawn finally broke through the clouds, casting a pale light over the ravaged graveyard, they finally left Blackwood Graveyard, forever changed by their harrowing experience. The shared trauma had forged an unbreakable bond between them, but the knowledge they had acquired, the darkness they had witnessed, left an indelible mark on their souls. They carried with them the chilling secrets of Blackwood Graveyard, a burden they knew they would carry for the rest of their lives. The haunting whispers of the graveyard, the spectral light, and the skeletal figure, these would forever remain etched in their memories, chilling reminders of their journey into the heart of darkness. The rain had stopped, but the chilling echoes of the graveyard remained, a constant reminder of the power of the past and the chilling consequences of disturbing the dead. The skeletal figure, its presence chilling even in the fading light of dawn, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the lingering chill of its spectral energy. But the mystery remained, a dark enigma that beckoned Liam and Chloe deeper into the Blackwood Graveyard's unsettling history. They hadn't merely witnessed a haunting, they'd stumbled upon a nexus of dark energy, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, almost non-existent. The question that gnawed at them now was not if the graveyard was haunted, but why. Their initial investigations, spurred by the weathered headstones and cryptic symbols, had hinted at a powerful coven, the Blackwoods, whose influence stretched back centuries. But the stories they'd uncovered were fragments, whispers of a terrible past, leaving vast gaps in their understanding. They decided to approach the problem systematically, starting with the most recent disturbances and working their way backward through time. The chanting, that eerie, otherworldly sound that had preceded the skeletal figure's appearance, seemed to emanate from a specific area within the graveyard, the oldest section, where the headstones were worn and crumbling, almost lost to the relentless march of time. They returned to this section, armed with flashlights and a renewed sense of determination, the crisp morning air doing little to dispel the lingering unease. The older section of the graveyard felt heavier, as if pressed down by the weight of generations of sorrow and unspeakable acts. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a low hum, a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor that resonated deep within their chests. Liam, using a metal detector he'd brought along, cautiously scanned the ground. The detector emitted a series of erratic beeps, indicating metallic objects buried beneath the soil. Carefully, they began excavating, uncovering a collection of rusted metal objects, fragments of ritualistic tools, intricately carved pendants, and shards of what looked like a ceremonial dagger. The metal, corroded by centuries of exposure to the elements, was nonetheless undeniably ancient, each piece whispering tales of dark ceremonies and forgotten rituals. Among the artifacts, they unearthed a small, tarnished silver locket. Inside, nestled amongst the decayed velvet lining, was a miniature portrait of a woman, Alara Blackwood, the purported leader of the coven. Her eyes in the portrait held a chilling intensity, a flicker of malevolent energy that seemed to pierce through the centuries. The locket was far more than a simple piece of jewelry. It was a vessel, a conduit through which the coven's dark energy might still flow. Chloe, ever the pragmatist, suggested that the haunting could be a manifestation of collective grief and trauma, a psychic residue of the countless souls buried within the graveyard. However, the evidence pointed towards something far more sinister. The rituals, the artifacts, the sheer intensity of the spectral presence, these all hinted at something far more powerful, far more malevolent, than simple collective grief. Their research led them to Dusty Town archives, where they discovered fragmented records of the Blackwood Coven's activities, spanning centuries. The accounts were often vague, shrouded in euphemisms and veiled allusions, yet a consistent pattern emerged, a history punctuated by disappearances, strange illnesses, and untimely deaths, all suspiciously connected to the Blackwood family. They uncovered trial transcripts from centuries past, detailing accusations of witchcraft, but the evidence had been largely circumstantial, leading to a combination of acquittals and inconclusive findings. The accusations, however, painted a disturbing picture, suggesting a history of ritualistic practices, including human sacrifice. One particular entry, detailing a local woman's testimony, recounted a chilling tale of a shadowy figure, the same spectral figure they had seen in the graveyard, appearing to villagers in times of drought or famine, demanding sacrifices to appease some unnamed entity. The details were limited, mostly hearsay and speculation, but the chilling similarities to their own experience could not be ignored. The researchers also found old maps of the area, showing not only the graveyard but also a network of subterranean tunnels and hidden chambers beneath the town itself. These chambers, according to local legend, were used by the Blackwood Coven for their rituals, a labyrinthine network of darkness buried beneath the unsuspecting townsfolk. A sense of unease permeated their work, a feeling that they were uncovering secrets that were best left undisturbed. The more they learned, the clearer it became that the hauntings were not random occurrences, they were manifestations of the Coven's enduring power, a chilling echo of their dark legacy. The spirits they had encountered were not merely restless souls, they were guardians of the Coven's secrets, protectors of the dark power residing within the graveyard. Their task was not merely to understand the haunting but to confront the very source of it, the ancient entity the Blackwoods had sought to appease. Days turned into nights as Liam and Chloe delved deeper into the mystery, piecing together the fractured remnants of the Coven's history. They discovered that the pentagram carved beneath each Blackwood name wasn't a simple symbol, but a complex cipher, each variation indicating a specific ritual performed by that individual. They also unearthed ancient texts detailing incantations and rituals, chilling descriptions of practices so abhorrent that they made their blood run cold. Finally, they discovered a hidden passage, mentioned only in the most obscure and fragmented of the ancient texts, a passage leading not only to the subterranean tunnels under the town but also to a chamber deep beneath the graveyard itself. This chamber, they believed, was the source of the hauntings, the heart of the Blackwood Coven's dark power. The risk was immense. Venturing into the unknown depths below held the potential for far greater peril than anything they'd encountered so far. But the allure of uncovering the truth, of finally ending the haunting that had plagued Blackwood Graveyard for centuries, was too strong to resist. They prepared for their descent, their hearts pounding with a mixture of dread and anticipation. The journey into the heart of the Blackwood Coven's dark legacy was about to begin. The air hung thick and heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves as Liam and Chloe descended into the hidden passage. A flickering lantern cast long, dancing shadows on the rough-hewn stone walls, each shadow seeming to writhe and shift, playing tricks on their already strained nerves. The passage sloped downwards, leading them deeper into the earth, the silence broken only by the drip, drip, drip of water echoing through the confined space. The temperature dropped noticeably, a chilling contrast to the relatively mild air above ground. An unnatural stillness permeated the passage, a silence so profound it felt oppressive, a tangible weight pressing down on their chests. As they went deeper, the air grew noticeably colder, and a palpable sense of dread settled upon them. The passage opened into a vast cavern, its immensity dwarfing their tiny lantern's feeble light. The cavern was eerily silent, save for the occasional sigh of wind whistling through unseen cracks in the stone. The walls were lined with ancient symbols, similar to those they'd seen on the headstones above, but far more intricate and menacing. These symbols pulsed with a faint, ethereal glow, as if imbued with some strange, internal light. The air itself throbbed with a low, resonant hum, vibrating deep within their bones. In the center of the cavern, bathed in a disconcerting, ethereal glow emanating from the walls, stood a large, intricately carved altar. Upon the altar rested a single, obsidian stone, radiating an intense, malevolent energy that seemed to leach the very warmth from the air. Around the altar, arranged in a precise circle, were several human skulls, their empty sockets staring blankly into the cavern's darkness. The skulls were not merely relics, they pulsed faintly, radiating a faint, ghostly light mirroring the glow from the walls. As they approached the altar, a chilling wind swept through the cavern, extinguishing their lantern. They were plunged into absolute darkness, the silence broken only by the unsettling sounds of their own breathing and the faint, rhythmic pulsing of the obsidian stone. Chloe's hand instinctively reached for Liam's, their fear palpable in the shared touch. The darkness pressed in on them, amplifying their senses, making every rustle and creak of the stone seem like the approach of something unseen, something malevolent. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the cavern, a voice ancient and chilling, resonating from the obsidian stone itself. "You have trespassed," the voice boomed, its tones weaving through the cavern, wrapping around them like icy tendrils. "This place is not yours to disturb." The voice was followed by a wave of intense cold, a chilling blast that seemed to freeze the very air around them. The temperature plummeted, dropping to a level that felt almost unbearable. Their breath froze in the air, forming visible clouds in the darkness. They could feel a malignant energy radiating from the obsidian stone, a force so powerful that it felt like it might crush them. Liam, summoning his courage, fumbled for a lighter, his hands shaking uncontrollably. As the lighter flickered to life, illuminating the altar once more, they saw a shadowy figure coalescing from the darkness, its form indistinct, yet undeniably menacing. The figure was tall and gaunt, its features obscured by shadow, yet its presence radiated an aura of immense power. The figure raised a skeletal hand, its long, bony fingers pointed at them. A wave of intense cold washed over them, and a low growl emanated from the figure, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the cavern. Liam and Chloe found themselves facing an ancient evil, something that had resided in the depths of Blackwood Graveyard for centuries. A desperate battle of wills ensued. Liam and Chloe, armed with nothing but their courage and determination, fought against the overwhelming power emanating from the figure. They invoked every protective charm and prayer they knew, desperately trying to shield themselves from the relentless assault of negative energy. Chloe, drawing upon her knowledge of folklore, began chanting ancient protective incantations, her voice barely a whisper against the encroaching darkness. Liam, meanwhile, used the lighter to draw protective symbols on the ground, their faint glow providing a weak beacon of hope against the engulfing darkness. The confrontation was long and arduous, a grueling test of their resilience and faith. The figure assaulted them with waves of intense cold, dark whispers that chipped away at their resolve, and visions that sought to break their spirits. They felt the weight of centuries of despair and malevolence bearing down upon them, the chilling pressure threatening to crush their very souls. As the battle reached its climax, Liam saw his chance. Using the last of his strength, he hurled the lighter, aiming for the obsidian stone. The lighter struck the stone, igniting a small fire that quickly spread, engulfing the altar and the surrounding skulls in flames. The figure shrieked, its form dissolving as the flames grew stronger. The cavern filled with a blinding light, and the obsidian stone shattered, releasing a wave of intense energy that shook the ground. They barely escaped the collapsing cavern, fleeing back through the passage and into the night. The graveyard, once a place of terrifying mystery, was now strangely quiet. The oppressive darkness was gone, replaced by the peace of the morning air. The haunting was over. Liam and Chloe had confronted the ancient evil that resided within Blackwood Graveyard, and they had emerged victorious, though forever changed by their experience. The knowledge of what they had faced would forever stay with them, but so would the quiet satisfaction of having ended the centuries-old curse. The chilling echo of the encounter, however, would linger, a testament to the power of ancient evil and the resilience of human courage. The graveyard, once a place of darkness and death, now stood as a silent testament to their triumph, a quiet reminder of the battle fought and won in the heart of the Blackwood Coven's dark legacy. The silence felt heavy with the weight of the victory, a profound silence broken only by the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of an owl.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?